Channel points are on sale for 16 seconds. Fire sale. "180-second ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel. 180-second ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
What's up, gamers? How we doing today? Oh no, my tits are showing. No, stop. Wah, wah, wah. You gotta pay for those. How dare you assume that's free? How dare you assume that's free? Shadow, congratulations on being first. Lush, welcome in. Shadow, how we doing? How are we doing today? Gamers? Gamers? How we all doing? Good luck guessing the word of the day. It's been the same the whole week. This word of the day is probably going to stick around because no one can guess it. Not your precious Google or your precious AI. Nothing will guess the word of the day. Nothing. Not one of them. None of it. So you guys ready for the lovely news and drama that we have going on? Because boy howdy, is it crazy. The amount of stuff happening in the world is crazy right now. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I must say, it's pretty insane. Also, we finally hit 500 followers Let's frickin' go. Let's go. So with that, we are going to do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do it. We're doing it. Ah. 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 Okay. Arctic Knight, welcome in. How we doing? How are we today? We haven't started the news quite yet. I'm rambling, asking everyone if they're ready for the craziness that's been happening all over the interwebs. The wild, crazy shenanigans. All the wild stuff that's happening. All of it. All the wild things. The crazy, absolute, wild, absolute shenanigans that's going on around the world. We're gonna try and cover a lot of it today. We're gonna try and cover a lot of it today. A whole heckin' lot of it. A whole heckin' lot of it. How am I? I'm doing well. I got my tummy full. And I'm ready to go over this stuff with you guys. All this news, all this craziness. All this stuff. All of it. All of it. So let's just dive in, shall we? Shall we get the old boob tube out? To get our boob tube? Our boob tube? Get the boob tube out. There's our boob tube. Let's make sure we select our browser. We'll just do that. That should get us. Yay, tube! Yay, boob tube! Yay! We're starting with something that's very weird, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, so we're gonna see how you guys feel about it. Twitch has updated the monetization streamer agreement. Can we zoom in here so you guys can read as well? We'll toggle the mouse follow part off. There we go. So you guys should be able to see that a bit better. Twitch has updated the monetization streamer agreement, MSA. IANAL. But here is the summary of the changes with some additional details. Number 1, introduces monetization as an option for all creators. Number 2, limits payouts of that revenue to affiliates and partners. Number 3, introduces the spendable balance function. Number 4, adds a 2-year inactivity clause, forfeiture of earnings. Number 5, removes the moral clause for partner termination, now treated the same as all other creators. I like that part. I like that part a lot. That's good. That's good. That's a good thing. That means partners are going to have to abide by the rules, just like everyone else does. Adds contractors to indemnity clauses. You were checking out the spendable balance function thing. Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work. I'm not sure if a lot of content creators are going to like that anyway. Updates the legal process for arbitration jurisdiction methods. Here's a bit more details. Introduction. The MSA now enables you to access monetization tools, quote unquote. Previously, it enabled you to earn revenue from monetization programs, quote unquote. Section 1.1 removes affiliate plus partner language as a requirement to monetize. So all creators from the start If you start a new Twitch channel and you want to not have to worry about grinding to affiliate, you're still going to get monetized. But, big but here, big but, you can only use that money to give subs and or buy bits with it. Clarifies that, quote, you are solely responsible for providing any such equipment needed to create content. I felt like that was the thing already. It also states that unless you are an affiliate or partner, you are ineligible to receive any program fees. So people can monetize on day one, but can't receive that money until they hit affiliate or partner. Adds Twitch has the sole right to collect all channel subscription revenue. That sucks. I don't like that. Wait, we are creating content? Yes, that's what we're doing here. We create content. This introduces the spendable balance functionality. Community streamers who are monetizing can use spendable balance on bits and gift subs. Affiliates and partners can get paid out once they hit the payout threshold. So affiliates and partners stay the same, but people who aren't in either of those programs now can only use the money they make from subscribers or bits that they get or anything like that. They can only use it on Twitch's website. More importantly, it introduces an inactivity clause stating that if there has been no logged in activity on your Twitch account for 2 years, any accrued earnings will be considered abandoned property. Twitch is going to sweep up that abandoned revenue. They're really hurting for money, aren't they? They're hurting so bad for money that any account that hasn't been logged in 2 years, they're gonna just take that money. It's theirs now. So if you know multiple people like that, well, you better tell them to log in and get their money. Because if they don't log in, that money is not theirs anymore, and it's going to take their money away, and they're going to put it in their greedy little pockets. Previously, partners could only be terminated for various moral clause reasons, such as scandals or compromising goodwill. Community/affiliates could be terminated for practically any reason. Now, all creators can be terminated for any reason at any time. I like this. I like this so much, because now that means any of the partners or any of the larger streamers have to follow the rules. They can't just go out there and say whatever they want and be all willy-nilly about it. They have to follow the same rules that everyone else does. Because I'll be honest, there's a few content creators out there that I think need permabanned, and they need to go to another platform. They need to figure it out. Adds contractors to the list of whatever the hell this word is. That's a big word, and I can't read. I'm not good at reading. I didn't go to college. States new arbitrations process. Introduces video conference options. Some slight modernization of the format. And new clarity on the methods and court. I'm assuming this is something to do with, like, if someone wants to sue Twitch, then they have new clause for that. That's my only assumption. This notice, let's fix our mouse zoom. So this notice will let you know we are updating the monetized streamer agreement July 25th. And changes will be effective 30 days later on August 24th. Got it. So there's a few content creators that are weighing in on this. If you don't know who Mathman EU is, or Content Delta, or Barry Epps, who is all the same person, the new monetization streamer agreement, we'll zoom in here. Oop. Oh, come on. Lock it in place, you fool. There we go. The new monetized streamer agreement, allowing you to get bits and subs before you become an affiliate, only benefits Twitch. I agree, that only benefits Twitch. It doesn't benefit all streamers. Most new streamers never make it to Twitch affiliate, so they will never see an actual payout. However, Twitch can now sell the ads on your channel. If you aren't paying for a product, you are the product. I agree with this. So some streamers hardly make it to affiliate. And if they never make it to affiliate, that means Twitch can just shell out your channel and pull the ad revenue off of it, and that's theirs. That's ridiculous. I think that's stupid. I think that's stupid and dumb, and they shouldn't be able to do that. Imagine being a new channel and putting ads on for max time only to never see that money. Yeah, dude, if I was a new channel, I would put that stuff down as low as possible and not benefit Twitch at all. Because when I first started as affiliate, I had very little ads and I didn't hardly get any subscribers. So I did a bunch of experimenting, like over about a span of my first year of being an affiliate. And I realized that as an affiliate, I make more money in ad revenue if I run more ads than I do with subscribers. Now, we are getting really close to the threshold of the ad revenue and subscriber revenue being about the same. It's about a $10 difference now. Harry, welcome in. How we doing? Howdy, howdy. So if I can get past that $10 difference with like subscribers and having subscribers be more, because I would like to make creating content even if it's a full-time thing, that'd be great. But if I could make it to where I could eventually just pay a bill with content creation, that would be awesome. That would be wonderful. That is the goal for me. I would like to get there one day. So if that $10 difference changes, then I'll cut back ads. Because I have it set up a very specific way, so that way I can gain more ad revenue money and at least reach my $50 goal by the end of the month, so that way I can get paid out. Now this is where it gets fishy. So Twitch is clamping down on view bots. Right? But the CEO thinks that small streamers are the worst offenders when it comes to view botting. Based on what I've seen, I don't think that's quite the case. And we'll see about that.
And I don't want to forget this question, but do a lot.
Oh my God, it's loud. Why the hell was that so
loud? View bot on Twitch, and
there are people. Yes, there are constant. That's a constant battle.
Really,
absolutely. Because there are third parties that do it, and especially when you get to ads,
too, Arctic, don't feel bad.
Ads.
All right,
and
so
I don't want
to
forget this question, but do a lot of people view bot on Twitch? And
there are people. Yes, there are constant. That's a constant battle.
Really,
absolutely. Because there's third parties that do it, and especially when you get to ads, they try to view bot for ads. They view bot for all sorts of things.
Really?
So yes.
What's the highest? And you don't have to name who it is or what.
No, it's not always. The interesting thing is the view botting isn't always like this one, like the streamer is complicit even always, like, sometimes. But so yeah, there isn't one big one. Like most of the view botting and most of the fraud is not on a big streamer. It's on a small streamer, but thousands of them.
Really?
Yeah, because if they can create 1,000 bogus accounts,
okay,
because and then they create view bots.
Got
then, you know, they can create bogus, you know, bogus revenue.
What was like the largest amount of viewers?
Oh,
that
I
you
don't
guys
know.
caught in a
I have
view
no
bot?
idea.
Like
I have no idea.
5
I
to
have-
10K?
You have no
I have-
idea.
I have
Yeah.
literally no idea.
Of
Okay.
course you
I
have
have
literally, no idea.
But anyway, getting to your, let's get back to AI. 'Cause I
Yeah.
think that
Oh yeah, let's not talk about this because I
I
don't
don't-
have any idea what the hell the numbers are because I don't actually know any of this information. What an idiot. That's why you're banned here. Dan Clancy, you suck. You absolutely suck. I hope you lose your fucking job because you're an idiot. You're an idiot. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you. You actually banned him? Yeah, absolutely. We banned Dan Clancy in this chat. He is not allowed here. Not at all. Dan Clancy, you are not welcome in my community because you're a fool. You're a fool. And I'm going to show you guys why he's a fool. I'm going to show you guys why he's a fool right here. This video right here. Ray J is seemingly admitting to view botting. I don't know if you guys knew who Ray J is. Ray J is a music hip hop artist. It's going to be interesting how Twitch reacts to this. If they do nothing, it's open season, but it's complicated by the fact he's spoken several times about his relationship with the Twitch's CEO. So, if you want to say that it's not your bigger streamers, it's your smaller streamers.
Double my profit for 10,000, and I got $4 million in my account. Why wouldn't I put 2 million right there next month and make 5? It's not gonna change. All it's gonna do is make me go, oh, Rage is like Kai Sanat. He got 80,000 people in his shit. Niggas gonna go, yo, he view botting. So what? It's legal. Remember,
It's not.
whatever's legal, you should do. Fuck what these niggas think, bro.
You're an idiot.
If you can legally purchase and flip your money, that's what this platform is for.
No,
if you don't
it's
think
not.
that that's what this platform is for, then I want you to take a bottle, I want you to put a bunch of salt on it, and I want you to stick it in your ass and fuck
Okay.
yourself.
All
Because you're a
right.
stupid motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm not about to do no jokes with y'all niggas no more, bro.
Do
Everything
no
I've been
jokes.
doing-
You're an idiot.
Double my profit.
You're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. You didn't read the TOS. You're so stupid. Your music's shit anyway. You're washed up. You're garbage. Directions misunderstood. The bottle is in my ear. If you tilt your head to the side, you can hear the ocean. That's what I've heard. So this guy thinks that it's legal to flip your money and ViewBot. Link, welcome in. How we doing? I think it's absolutely legal to take your money and flip it.
26 is now a member of the Zodiac. Welcome to the Observatory.
Lily, welcome in. How we doing? Welcome to the news. All the news, all the drama. How am I doing? I'm doing well. We're going over the news. I'm glad you're doing good. All right. So this is absolutely horrendous to me because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know half of this shit. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad that I can be informative. That's my goal, is to be informative for everyone who doesn't really pay attention to this stuff. So this hero's the only news anchor I watch and trust. I love that. I love that. Hero for Fox News CEO, so I can fire everyone and then burn that place to the ground. Just kidding. I would never do that. I would only do that if it was if the Fox News network was in Minecraft. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, I would make all the Fox News anchors work on a Minecraft server, and then I would just grief the ever-living heck out of that server. I would show up with end crystals and respawn anchors, and I would just grief all of their builds. make them cry. Anyway, so this washed up hip hop artist thinks that view botting is legal, even though in the terms of service it says that it is not allowed on the platform. So he thinks that he can spend $2 million and have as many viewers as Kai Cenat, even though everyone's going to say that he's view botting, and he's not going to care because he can make his money and then flip his money. Idiot. Now let's go back to our lovely Dan Clancy, who's banned from this channel. You're not welcome here.
If Dan genuinely thinks,
Oh my God, why are these all so loud? Twitter, I hate you. I hate you for being loud.
if
All right.
Dan genuinely thinks that his top streamers aren't boosted by 40 to 50 to 60%, he is trolling. He
Trolling?
is genuinely trolling.
Trolling?
Like, this is him running defense for his top earners so hard. There
Bad
is
defense.
no way he genuinely believes
Yeah.
the bullshit that's coming out of his mouth right now.
No way.
Because-
That's why do you think he changed the subject so fast? He turned left so fast at a right turn only. This motherfucker had no idea what to say. He had to get off that topic because he didn't know what to say.
And I want to make this very clear.
I also want to make this very clear. Sorry, Tectone, I hate to interrupt you, but I want to make this very clear. If you're PR trained, you are gonna readvert yourself back to a new topic if you genuinely have no fucking clue what to say about anything regarding the question that you were just asked. You are going to try and get back onto a topic that you can have some sort of conversation about because you know the answers to it.
It's not that I think every streamer is view botting themselves.
I agree.
And this is why it's such a slippery slope.
Right.
It's that a lot of these streamers, it's a parasocial platform.
Mhm.
It is. It is.
Yes, it
And
is.
a lot of these viewers want to see their streamers succeed. So the
Truth.
viewers view bot the streamers because it's not expensive. It's really not.
It really isn't.
And that's what leads to these overinflated numbers.
True.
And that's what happens. If
Yeah,
I'm a company-
viewers can viewbot for a streamer. So viewers can do that. And it's really not expensive. And there's probably a lot of people out there who, bigger streamers, have a few of their mods viewbotting for them to inflate numbers to get actual real people in there talking in their chat. There's also people that I know that have what they call a social moderator, who isn't just there to moderate the chat. They're there to also talk to the chat and interact with the chat to make those people who are coming in feel more welcome and feel like it's safe to speak. So there's some channels out there that just have moderators that literally sit there and watch the chat go by. And then there's channels that have two sets of moderators where they have moderation for social interacting, and then they have moderation that are just sitting there making sure no one's saying anything stupid or banning people who are. And then there's channels that just do both. I'd rather just like quit streaming instead of being pathetic like that. Dude, the thing is like, if you put in the work and you do all the right things and you do everything that you're supposed to do, you can have proper numbers, right? I would be upset if I found out that any of my chatters in this chat would viewbot for me, because I don't agree with it. I don't agree with viewbotting. I don't agree with any of that. I would rather run a sale and have you guys use that sale to gift subs, because if you give subs to someone random, they might actually come and watch the channel and hang out more. That possibility is higher than viewbotting and then getting banned or perma-banned, because we saw what the new Twitch rules are. So that in itself is a much better thing to do than to carry on with viewbotting and having you guys viewbot for me. I would hate to be in that situation. I would hate to be in that
My
situation.
marketing department is view botting and giving me fake engagement numbers. They are faking their effect to get a paycheck from me. Also very true.
But thousands of them.
Really?
Yeah, because if they can create 1,000 bogus accounts, and then they create view bots, then they can create bogus.
What do you mean you
If
create
Dan-
bogus accounts? All right, listen. So, Pirate Software had one of his moderators create an alt account who bought bits and gift subs, which inflated his hype train and helped him get to the highest hype train level and break a record for Twitch. What the fuck is that? Is that not considered view botting? Or is that just someone being on an alt account and wasting their money on a pathetic game dev who's the second generation Blizzard employee? Because to me, that's a form of view botting. You have your moderator probably open up in an incognito window in their alt account to watch and throw bits at you to make it look like it's another person, which is fucking social engineering at its finest. That's social engineering, trying to get people to see like, oh, other people are doing it. Maybe I should jump in and do it. Maybe I should be a part of this. Maybe I should do these things. All these other people are doing it. You don't know if that's the mod's third alt account. You don't know that. You have no idea. You don't know. You have no clue. And you'll probably never know because it's a form of entertainment. I think that's the craziest part about this whole situation. Dan Clancy, you're an idiot. I'll say it. I don't care. This one's gonna get crazy. Before we jump, we'll bring this one back a little bit. Nope, that fits with this. All right, we'll bring this back a little bit, but this one right here is going to touch back on what we talked about last week during the news. It's going to talk about the VShojo explosion, and we got Legal Mindset here giving us the fast facts again about the VShojo mismanagement. So we're going to hop into this video. We're going to get it over with. YouTube, figure it out.
Shoujo has more news as to their mismanagement as we're in this era of them melting down, facing serious, and I mean dead serious legal issues, regulatory issues related to their pending.
Guys, if you don't follow Legal Mindset, I recommend going and giving them a explosion or implosion. This is just a dumpster fire. There's two dumpster fires happening at one time. It's Niji Sanji and VShojo. The VShojo one, I think, is way worse now comparatively.
Related to their labor claims and potential criminal activity as it relates to charity fraud. So we've got a lot of stuff going on here with VShojo, but we have a letter from an actual employee at VShojo. We're going to go today that was posted on LinkedIn. We've got the translated version, and this really exposes the inside mispractices, mismanagement, and issues at VShojo. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Mindset where we teach you to be your own judge. This is
I love being my own judge. Isn't he handsome? What a handsome man.
Premiere.
Thank you for giving us the
latest
fast
news
facts.
that gets out there to you as quickly as possible.
I wish I had that head of hair.
I've been very busy personally lately, so haven't had time for the full-length streams, but I've been trying to get these fast facts out to you to get the latest and greatest news to you as quickly as possible. So if you like that, you like these formats, please leave a comment and a like on this video. Let me know, hey.
Yeah, by the way, guys, the YouTube algorithm has changed. If you want to be counted as a viewer, you need to like, comment, and watch the video all the way through. So if you want to support your favorite creators on the red team, you have to actually like, comment, and be an engaged viewer by watching the video all the way through.
Hey, I like this, and here are my thoughts on the VShojo issue below.
We're gonna drop
all right,
a like.
So let's hop into it without any further ado.
Hop into it.
Here we go. Here's your letter from Alex Kiyoshi.
Sorry,
this
that
was
blurry.
originally
Hurt my
posted
face.
in Japanese on LinkedIn.
Yeah, even if you just put like an emote or something, or say good job, or say good video, or just a thumbs up,
However, this is the translated version in English. I
Okay,
did
so we're
several
translating.
translations and looked at folks that were pretty skilled. I think this one is good enough. Obviously, understand that with anything that's translated anywhere into any language, there can be certain things that can be translated in multiple ways. So there's a possibility of kind of minor,
especially with Japanese. There's a lot of words that mean different words. Like if there's Japanese words that can mean like 18 different English words. So it's good that he did his due diligence here with translating
changes,
this.
but
for
overall,
us.
the tune and the theme and candor of it speaks to the mismanagement at Vishojo. So let's just hop right into it. I'm going to read along and we'll
Let's hop
stop
in.
as we're going to go. Taking this over the past year, Vishojo has faced an extremely challenging situation involving mismanagement from upper management, which only came to light just before its closure. It's now been officially announced that Vishojo has ceased operations. I want to stop there because I'm not always going to agree with Alex here. So I think that what he's saying when he says that the mismanagement from upper management was only came to light just now, that is not entirely correct.
Yeah, I don't
think there
think
were
that's
people
true.
speaking out about this a year or 2 years ago. Now, they couldn't say everything. They were under threat of lawsuits. They had NDAs, etc. Even their moms have NDAs.
Yeah, that's crazy that Silver Rail's mom had to sign an NDA. If a company ever told my mom that she had to sign an NDA, I'm going to go to the restroom and wipe my ass with their contract and their NDA and then bring it back to them and say, here you go, I signed it.
So I know while these things may be new news for certain people, and maybe to a certain extent, this individual didn't know the full scope until the last
Then I'll leave.
couple months. It's now very clear, and to certain people, particularly the upper management, amongst the upper management, they knew.
I think everyone in upper management knew what the hell they were doing. I think everyone knew. There's no way that the CEO was keeping this from the whole board of directors.
This was going on for a year, 2
Hey, May, welcome in. How we doing? Welcome to Newsday.
years, 3 years. They knew they had major issues. So there's a lot of culpability at the top, not just with the gun run, but certainly including the gun run. They knew this was going on for a long time, and they decided to push forward despite major issues and the inability to really turn.
Well, yeah, major issues. $11 million. How is that? Are you? Oh my God.
To a profitable
It hurts
business.
my brain.
They really had no business being in business because they had no path to profitability that was realistic. So taking this opportunity. So he's saying it has now been announced that Vishojo has ceased operations. So that is true.
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
of course, they're going to need an official bankruptcy. They're going to need official filings. They're going to have a new criminal investigation. So this Alex Kiyoshi fellow, he's not out of the woods. He can be investigated. There's criminal stuff that may come down, regulatory stuff, labor stuff. So he's not out of the woods despite this letter. So anyways, taking this opportunity, I would like to finally speak publicly about my experiences at Vishojo and my prior role at Cover. So he's going to go into Cover Corporation, of course, a separate corporation. This post addressed misunderstandings and rumors stemming from a leaked pitch document created by Vishojo's U.S. team, which has been circulating online recently. This document, by the way,
Sam,
I'm giving
welcome in. How we doing?
Context here, was created.
Don't forget to punch your ticket, guys.
In January of 2025. This document led to incorrect perceptions of my role and involvement. The entertainment industry thrives on trust. I regret not only that Vishojo has lost trust of its talents and staff, but also that my name has been misrepresented in a manner inconsistent with the facts. First, let me clarify my role at Cover. I served as advisor and business planner at Cover, as accurately reflected on my LinkedIn profile. This can be verified by Cover's executives, EN team members, or the talents themselves. However, for some reason, Vishojo's materials referred to me as Gen 1 director, which is factually incorrect.
Okay, so I'm assuming Cover is a corporation. We're going to look this up. Cover Corp. Vtuber. Keywords. Cover Corp. Cover operates HoloLive Productions, an agency which has produced many VTubers with a global presence. Ah, I understand now. They lived rent-free in their head. Why did they give such a shit about HoloLive? Why did they care so much about HoloLive?
Has also led to confusion with Omega, a figure who was
Omega. Excuse me?
publicly disliked by some talents at the time. In reality, my role was to address the root of that issue. And I was the
I mean, listen, I don't like Omega as much as the next person, but we don't got to talk shit about Omega. He's kind of cool
one
sometimes.
who led the effort to remove Omega. When I
Okay.
joined Cover, my primary
And I let Omega out of the box. I'll do it again, too.
mission was to identify and resolve issues within the overseas team. I collaborated with the CEO and CFO in strategic planning for IPO
Mhm.
preparations, addressing challenges for EN Indonesia teams, and establishing international business division for global expansion, because that's what Cover's been trying to do. Even
Got it.
after the IPO, that's the initial public offering, for those that don't know,
Uh-huh,
I continued to support the overseas team as an advisor. So you can continue as an advisor for pretty much forever. And also
Yeah.
sometimes as an advisor, you can work for other companies. Mind you,
Right.
that can be true. So by the way, him saying he worked as an advisor wouldn't necessarily get him out of working for other people or taking on independent work necessarily in and of it.
How am I doing? I'm doing well. I got a full tummy. We're going over the news. In case you're just getting here, we talked about how Dan Clancy tried to play defense for his bigger streamers who he doesn't want to admit that could be view botting. He thinks that smaller streamers are more of the culprit. Yeah. We're also talked about how Twitch is changing their monetization things. So if you have a day one channel, you can be monetized, but you can't get that money until you reach the affiliate program. You won't get a payout. You can only use that money on Twitch's website, which is stupid. Now we're jumping into the newest installment of the V Shoujo dumpster fire, which is just, it's getting messy.
Of itself. Now the
I foresee a lot of lawsuits coming from
Cover
this.
Corporation, aka HoloLive contract might, but not in and of itself legally. Let's continue. During my 3 years at Cover, while working at large-scale projects, I faced a significant decision: whether to relocate
More V Shoujo drama, yes.
to the U.S. for establishment of a new brand or choose a new path. At that time, I received an offer from V Shoujo to
Okay.
remain in Japan because he liked Japan. Due to personal circumstances,
of
I chose that
course.
option. He probably had a family, wife, mother, father, friends, something like that. I mean, that's a legitimate decision to stay behind in Japan. Regrettably,
Correct.
that decision turned out to be a significant mistake. That said, working with Vishojo's Japan team was an incredibly meaningful and proud experience. Despite being a small team, we operated with high efficiency, generated profits, and successfully launched
You generated profits, even though you only made $500,000 a year and you had a net spending of $11 million a year. How is that generating profits? Anybody? Anybody want to explain to me how that's generating profits at all? Because I don't think that's generating profits. I think that's working at a very high value loss, a super high value loss.
a VTuber group, Nova. Although the company no longer exists, I, along with all the other former Japanese staff, am fully committed to supporting Nova and the Japanese talents as they continue their activities.
They're not. No one's continuing their activities. Your entire company is gone. Even your Japanese talents don't want to be a part of the company. This is kind of on topic. I saw something today about Cinder and how there is a group of people apparently trying to gather evidence to exonerate her from some of the things she was accused of. What? What? Do you have receipts of this? Can you send those to me in a DM? Because I think that hellhound needs to stay in hell. You got those receipts. I would absolutely love to see those. I don't care if it's like a Twitter link or a YouTube video. Just if you could DM that to me, I would appreciate that.
I want to make something very clear here. This is a big confusion. And to be honest, I am going to give a little pushback on him here. There is no distinction between the legal distinction between the JP branch and the EN branch. This is an internal distinction, which makes no difference legally, financially, etc.
Right.
Vichojo wasn't making a profit. He
No.
wasn't making a profit.
Nope.
Just because the talents he micromanaged within the corporation were making a profit does not make the corporation at all profitable. And the
No.
liability overall falls on the corporation as a whole because they're not legal.
I saw some pictures of a conversation between someone who worked with Cinder and this group. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, please. If you can find them again, that'd be great. That would be great.
Legally distinct. There is no legally separate Japanese branch. They cannot split that off legally. They cannot spin that off. That's practically impossible, legally impossible. So he was not
Yes.
profitable.
Right. The only way they would be able to split that off is if they created a completely different branch and ran it. So if I beat Sam to it, I'll DM you. Yeah, if anyone finds that Cinder stuff, send it to me because I would like to know. We'll talk about that too.
Just because his people he managed.
Because all I have to say is Neurosama called that shit out a long time ago because Neurosama was in the group DMs. You can't have an AI in your group DMs and not think that that AI is going to see everything that's going on. You have to be the dumbest person ever to think that that's going to work.
Personally does not,
like, that's crazy social engineering when you have a literal computer analyzing it and thinking like, oh yes, you're social engineering right now, you're trying to do this and manipulate people.
I mean, the corporation overall was, so that distinction.
Yeah, so anyway, if they wanted to separate this company, they would have to they wouldn't be able to operate as V Shoujo. Same with Niji Sanji. Like, just because Niji Sanji is under Any Color Inc., Niji Sanji EN or Niji Sanji JP, they're all under Any Color Inc. It's called an umbrella, right? So the main corporation that has these other businesses under it is Any Color. And then Niji Sanji JP, Niji Sanji EN, they're under the umbrella of Any Color. So if anything happens with either of those companies or either of those micro companies or microcorps, it will fall back on Any Color. Same with V Shoujo, EN or JP, it's going to fall back on the main corporation that's umbrellaed these companies.
Is an internal distinction which makes no difference at all whatsoever. When the bankruptcy court comes in, they're not going to say, oh yeah, well, the JP people were profitable and the EN weren't. No, they don't care. They look at overall assets and liabilities.
Exactly.
And as we know, Vshojo had a huge problem putting things in the right category. They were putting, fees for talents under cost of goods, which is insane. So let's continue.
That is insane. That's so stupid.
So let me go here. The events that affected Vshojo's talents, including Iron Mouse, came as a major shock to the Japanese team as well. We are completely unaware of the internal situation until recently. Well, now, obviously, I will say this in his defense. I do think he's not in charge of finances. So I don't think this man was in charge of the financing or the accounting, because that would be
I don't
weird.
either.
He's more like a JP assistant manager, of the JP branch. So that wouldn't be in charge of the overall financials. So I will give him the benefit of the doubt there. Now, that there could come up something that would change my mind on that. We could get further discovery or evidence that makes him culpable. But for now, I will give him the benefit of the doubt. Going on, we're unaware of the situation. Financial management was entirely under control of the U.S. headquarters, which I would agree. Okay. And neither the Japan branch president, there was no real branch, remember this is an internal distinction, nor I were informed that payments to Japan-based talents were outstanding. This part, I don't believe. I believe the talents probably complained to him. I believe
they all complained.
I think the talents probably told him that they're not getting paid. If he's in charge of the talents probably at some point told him they're not getting paid. Hey, we're not getting paid. They probably told somebody or somebody under him they're not getting paid. I think that's not true.
See, now they all spoke up too. Like Kason spoke up, all of them spoke up. They all spoke up eventually, and that's why Neanders left. That's why Vebe left. That's why Silvervale left. That's why all these talents in the early stages, that's why they all left, is because of internal things that were happening with management. They would say things to management, and then they would basically get gaslit into feeling like they were taking crazy pills and they were the ones that were going insane, when it was really just they were trying to social engineer and use these people to try and make money, and then they wanted to paint them to be like these evil people.
We are
It's
deeply
disgusting.
frustrated such a decision was made despite the ability to pay those payments. I initially joined Vishojo to assist with fundraising efforts, but during investment negotiations, I grew suspicious when critical financial documents were not provided by upper management. That is a huge red flag.
Oh,
In hindsight, I now
that's a huge red flag.
understand that this is intentionally concealed. From early on, there were numerous concerns about the company's management, and the Japan branch president and I were exploring the possibility of operational separation, but it was already too late. I feel profound disappointment regarding the series of events at Vishojo. At the same time, it will continue to provide as such support as possible to ensure that former talents can continue their activities with peace of mind. Thank you for reading this to the end. Please feel free to reach out with concerns and questions. Alex Kiyoshi. Well, Alex, my question to you is, are you willing to give up your salary and pay back some of those talents? Because if you feel responsible for the Japanese branch, if you're really somebody who feels personally responsible, what skin is in the game for you, Alex?
Exactly.
Why don't you give them some of your money? Why don't you turn over some of that to the talents? Because obviously you're getting paid when they weren't. Everybody at that corporation should have taken a haircut.
Yes, I agree with that. And if you guys don't know what a haircut is, he's going to talk about it soon. But a haircut pretty much means that everyone from the CEO and everyone on management, everyone in that company needs to take a pay cut to make up for the funds that the talents weren't getting paid for. So I think everyone in that company, including the CEO, should have taken a massive haircut. So that way they can pay the talents back, and it would have been able to keep them happy. You would have been able to still have a company. You would have been able to keep doing fundraising, even though you're doing a shitty job at it. You would have at least not had all these talents completely blow up in your face,
including you. So I don't let Alex off the hook here. I don't give Alex a free pass. I think, yes, upper management is responsible as well, but there are things they could have done. Certainly, if the talents were telling him, hey, we're not getting paid, and I'm sure at a certain point he knew they weren't getting paid, because I'm sure they were telling people that were close to them they weren't getting paid. That's going to be something that's a big deal. You got to take a haircut on that. And by the way, some people don't know the term haircut. Haircut means a reduction, right? So your salary is, $100,000 a year. You're going to say, hey, I'm going to give up $25,000 to pay the talents that are under me. And that's going to personally go to them instead of me taking that salary. If you're really responsible, you want to step up, it's put up or shut up. And that's my personal. And of course, I believe the gun run should have been taking a pay cut. I believe the upper COO should be taking a haircut as well.
All of them should have been taking a reduction
and paying that to the talents. That's true responsibility. And I've seen that happen at corporations. I've seen that happen at major corporations. It's not impossible. It's not difficult. And it's still possible now if you really wanted to make it right. Or even better, if you don't want to pay the talents, donate to the Immune Deficiency Fund. There you go. Or foundation, right? Iron Mouse's charity. Donate to them. Show some skin in the game that you feel responsible and culpable for this, and you know that something wrong went on, and it was wrong that you were being paid when these talents were going without a dollar in the bank account. And of course,
for months they were going without that.
These talents are often young and often people that are exploited in the job market, and certainly were exploited by Vishojo. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the
Gotta add our comment as we watch the video all the way through. Now this next topic, it's an issue. It's not just an issue where we're about to witness this issue, but it is an issue everywhere. It's worse on the green team. That like there's tons of bots, and there's no real way to actually control these bots or get rid of them or do anything about it besides like having your moderation team just go crazy for you. Like it happens to a lot of people I watch on that channel or on that platform. So like it needs addressed badly. And I did see that Nutty had someone who is very upset about Nutty joining.
Want to watch it free?
We're gonna snooze this real quick.
_HeroVT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
When Nutty joined the green team and started multi-streaming on the green team, there was a few people who were so-called developers from day one that were mad that Nutty's on there trying to integrate some of his widgets for the green team, or writing code or showing people how to use StreamerBot for the green team, and they were very mad about that. Grow up, you absolute adult children. Grow up. If you don't like competition, you suck. And don't go shouting out what bot you have or what you think is great when it's they're I think they're all trash. I think they're all garbage. They don't work well, they don't run well, they don't do anything about anything besides giving you just the basic functionality, and StreamerBot can do all that stuff. So we're gonna watch this video real quick, and we're gonna talk about this.
All right, Kick, we need to talk. You guys have an unbelievable bot problem, and this shit needs to be solved. This happens multiple times a stream, and you're doing absolutely nothing about it. I like Kick. I've been enjoying it on Kick, but this shit happens every single day, and it's unusable. So I don't know what you guys are doing, but please fix this, because man, this is like one of the reasons why a lot of people are going to be streaming on Kick, because this, I can't deal with this. What the fuck? All right, Kick.
I agree. I wouldn't be able to deal with that. That would make me want to stop. We can't find him again. That's all right. We'll probably be able to find him somewhere. So if this happened to me on the green team, and they have this person, question for you: wouldn't the feature in the creator dashboard under channel access, where you can change the account age, be the key to fighting against raid bots /chat? I'm looking to have a discussion, not come at you with anything. And then I did 6 months and it didn't stop. And considering a lot of viewers are making new accounts just to support me on Kick, this wouldn't be realistic anyway. Which he has a point. No shot. So I didn't know they could change the age of the account bots. I was under the assumption that it was strictly making new accounts. Bots often buy existing accounts. There are whole marketplaces where you can buy and sell accounts for various sites. Yes, there is. So when people think that view bots or bot accounts or botting someone is just giving you day one accounts, that's not fucking true. And they don't know anything about this space. They know nothing about how this space functions. I literally wake up and do research every fucking day about this stuff. You can buy accounts that are 6 months old, and that gets by all of it. That gets by all the trash features. Fix your features. See, I'm here to talk about everyone equally. And if you don't like it, well, I'm sorry about your luck. Just ban words until they have nothing that they can actually write. First, start with this and this. Ban filter does not prevent them from sending the message. It just starts them. How about the account age restriction, or is there a follow time restriction? There is, but you don't understand that these bot accounts, you can buy 106-month-old bot accounts. You can buy those. You can buy them. And it's not, like Tectone said, they're not that expensive. You can spend $5 and get 106-month-old accounts. Like, fix it. Do something about it. Do something about it. Instead of hitting F12 on Twitch and then copying what they have to think that you're being innovative. You're not being innovative. If you're going to be innovative, maybe get people who, like the person who made Siri bot. Maybe have people make a bot like that you can moderate in your green team stream, and then it will ban bot accounts like that.
Ad break in 1 minute. Want to watch it free?
One more snooze, because I'm rambling.
Subscribe to ArtMage_HeroVT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
If this happens to me, I will never go back to that platform. I will never stream on that platform ever. Because not only does Twitch have its own problems, and everyone hates Twitch for their own reasons, everyone also hates the green team for their own reasons, and everyone hates the red team for their own reasons. So before you want to sit around and talk smack on one or the other, actually do your research about all the platforms together, because they all have flaws. And I will talk smack on all of them. Trust me, we're going to get to the red team. The red team's not out of the woods. We started with the purple, we went to the green, we're going to get to the red eventually. We're going to get there. And I'll say this wholeheartedly, until the green team starts getting rid of their nuisance IRL streamers and starts taking themselves a little more seriously, they will never be able to have a solid revenue source coming in. Because if you have people just gambling on your gambling site with the money that you pay them, that is the same thing the mob did in Las Vegas. That's a money laundering tactic. You're cleaning the money by paying out people and then having those people gamble it, and then you're recycling it and paying it back. What the fuck? Like, does no one know that? Like, that's why Las Vegas was created, is so that way the mafia could launder their money and clean it up. You transfer money into gambling chips, and you win your money, and you take those gambling chips to the payout container, and then you get your cash. Clean money. This is the same thing they do with stake and the green team. Is they have all these larger streamers get paid a fuck ton of money just to gamble it on their website, so that way they can make money to pay these other streamers a quote unquote better revenue cut. So think about it. Just think about it for a second. And the botting thing, this botting thing happens on Twitch too. It happens on Twitch too. But there's actively people who made things for the website that you can moderate in your channel to make them go away. We haven't had a bot in here in a while because SiriBot does a great job. My moderation team does a great job. I try to stay on it and look at chat as often as I possibly can to stay on it. Everything is set in place for the purple team. Green team, I just have moderators there. I try to look at the chat as well. I try to take care of it as best as possible. There's no other feature out there that I could set on the green team that will actively ban bot accounts. There's nothing like that. Not those other bots, not those third-party bots. None of those can do that. None of them. Not shit you could do about it. Same with the red team. There's nothing out there for the red team that they have that can actively moderate your chat and get rid of those bots. If you want to be better, have better features. Get people to actually make stuff for your platform that's going to enhance the platform to a higher level. Don't just say you're better because you pay better. That doesn't work. Like, people, I was told this a long time ago. People won't leave a job if they have good management. It doesn't matter the pay. The only time where the pay matters is if they aren't able to pay bills and live life that they want to live. Even if they're getting by paycheck to paycheck, if they have good management, they're not going to leave that job. People leave jobs because of bad management. Hell, there's people that work with my mother in the medical field, and they make good money starting out.
1 minute. Want to watch it free?
And when you have bad management,
@mage_hero_VT, and don't forget
the money
to
doesn't
use that
matter
free
anymore.
Prime sub, baby.
Because people are going to be tired of dealing with the bullshit, and they're going to go somewhere else to make their money. They don't care. Better management, better pay equals happier workers. Shitty management with better pay equals unhappy workers. You see what I'm talking about? Okay, chat, we have ad break coming up. I'm not going to use that last snooze. I'm going to save it because we might have to use it later. But we're going to move on and we're going to talk about a new topic when we come back. So everyone sit tight. We got a hot and spicy one. And I can't wait to see what happens when Twitch actually enforces those new rules for their partnered streamers. I'm so excited to see what happens. Because there's going to be a few partnered streamers, I bet, that just get banned right off the bat, and it's going to be amazing. Going to be so funny. I can't wait to see that happen. And we'll come back to this, and it's going to be great. We got quite a little bit to talk about with this stuff, and then we'll get into the what's going on in Mexico, which is more of the world news section, but we got a lot of streaming stuff to talk about still, and we're going to talk about all of it. And like I said, no one's safe. No one. Purple, green, red, you're all under my microscope. I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
182nd ad break
BRB
starting.
gamers.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Like that very well. Something about taking away the people that he cared about and blah, I don't know. And he followed me through a portal that can stretch over universes and time and space. Because time and space aren't real.
You are. And maybe Omega, but we won't bring up Omega. Omega stays in the box. Got it, chat. You guys understand? Omega stays in the box. Ow. Oh, already the throws have begun. I see. No treating the rope. I want to feel that burn. I want to feel each individual fiber cut into my body when you tighten it up.
You set me on fire, you fucking asshole.
Funny what happens to other people.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was so funny. Oh my god.
How far you want to go down?
Oh, real deep. As deep as you can. But we need to make sure we can build steps though.
I want that trident so bad. Ow. Water battle. Water battle bad. Ow. Please drop it. Looting 3? Yes, let's frickin' go. Let's go, chat. We got ourselves a trident now. Oh, baby.
Blame Rain. Rain's not even here. Rain's asleep. What are you talking about? Oh my goodness.
I'm excited. I can't wait then. Right, Mr. Fishy? We're so excited. We can't wait. We can't wait. PG. It's exciting.
Look happy. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought the fish would be a little more happy about it.
182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Slid down a hill and I took fall damage.
Yes, choose violence every day. I love it.
That's my chat for you. They're just like, oh, you have throws? We're gonna bully you. We're gonna bully you to the fullest. Throwing everything
You decided
at
to bully
you.
yourself by putting them there.
It's okay,
So
I
you
like
brought
it.
those on yourself.
Wait, I didn't say that. You didn't hear that. You guys didn't hear that. Blair, we're doing a Goofy Goober strat, I think it's called. Sheba confirmed it in chat.
I need to go be a man. That's what I'm gonna start calling. That's what I'm gonna start calling all my subscribers are Princess Commanders.
Princess Commander.
All my subscribers are now known as Princess Commanders. Whoa, whoa.
Wait. No shame.
Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Are you worried about your highlight reels being taken away? Because Twitch wants to enforce 100 hours of highlights? Well, there is a solution. Since you are being a little irresponsible with your data, you can get something called the Twitch Downloader. It is a very helpful tool that will mass download your VODs clips, and there's even a website that will allow you to turn all your highlights into a URL, and you can take that URL, plug it right into Twitch Downloader, and it'll get all your highlights for you and download them. Then you can take them, put them on YouTube, TikTok, wherever you want.
You can do a very small gesture, and that is buying them some flowers. This will stun lock them. They will be very happy. It'll make.
Ame-chan bought me flowers for Valentine's Day. I've never cried so hard in my life. That was the sweetest thing that any woman has ever done for me. And I will forever remember that until the day I die. There's a phrase that I heard a long time ago that men only get flowers at their funeral. And they will never ever be able to enjoy it. That was the first time that someone got, I still have them. They're still in this house. They're probably dead and so far gone right now, but I literally still have those dead flowers.
No treating the rope. I want to feel that burn. I want to feel each individual fiber cut into my body when you tighten it up.
You set me on fire, you fucking Funny what happens to other people.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was so funny. Oh my god. Oh, real.
And we're back. Okay. We're back. I'm on the wrong one. All right. We're back. We're going to deep dive into this situation. So, in case you guys aren't aware, Mike from PA, who is a Hassan orbiter, who also had a failed political career because they lied about either graduating from law school or passing the bar, whatever it was. Don't talk about politics. You went ahead and changed the guild missions to WW. Yeah, I did, but I forgot to change them back. That was on me. That was my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to change them back to PvE. That was my fault. I'll change them back to PvE so that way everyone can join in and do them. But let's dive into this.
No, I think that we should do that. I do.
Stop yelling at
I
us.
think this is over the line. And
here we go.
And anyway, no, I think that we should do that. I do. I think this is over the line.
Let's zoom in. So, in case you guys want to read this, so it says, Asmongold was rallying his community to bring attention to the recent Mike from PA clip. Says they would do and have tried to do the same thing to him. Just in case you forgot again. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. If Twitch doesn't do anything, open a browser and send it to every advertiser. Send it to every advertiser on Twitch. All of them.
And anyway, no, I think that we should do that. I do. I think this is over the line. And I think we should get the community together and make sure that every Jewish advocacy group in the world knows that this is happening.
Yes,
and maybe
I
even
agree.
people at Amazon. And so we can do this maybe on Discord or on Twitter. Why don't we go ahead and get a list together right now of all of the different advocacy groups, and we are going to message all of them and see if we can get something done about this.
Exactly.
I do. I think this is insane. This is a crazy, crazy thing to do.
It's
Mike made the VOD
absolutely
available to
insane.
subscribers. It doesn't matter. We have the clip. Everybody has the clip.
Unremitting
That's it.
aggression or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed
That's
that,
crazy.
the blessing
Jew is not a fucking
behavior.
ethnic.
Yes.
It is Jewish is not an ethnicity. This
And I think that if Twitch doesn't do something about
Got to get up for work early tomorrow. Off to bed. Have a good news time stream. Thank you. Thank you, Arctic, for stopping in. I appreciate it. And if you want to catch up on the news, you can check out the VOD. We'll have the VOD up. Hope you have good sleepies. Oh, no. I'm not in first place. How dare you take my first place from me?
about this, I think that we should just go and open up Twitch on a browser, look at every advertiser that Twitch has, and then send it to every advertiser that Twitch has.
Yeah. Do it.
Did ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
Demonic
Wholly
ethnicity is
invented.
crazy.
Yep, I think this is chill. No, I'm being honest. They would do this to me.
Yeah, they would.
They tried. I've been suspended for it.
Yep.
These people would do this instantaneously to me,
Absolutely
to
they would.
somebody else like you, instantly. The only way you deal with this.
They would do it to me if they knew I was talking shit on them. They would do it to me. People don't care.
Is that you have to do it to them.
They only care that their opinions are right. So how is calling people of Jewish ethnicity a demonic entity and not an instant permaban? What the fuck is going on? I'm starting to think that maybe Twitch does actually have an anti-Semitism problem at Twitch support. That's what Asmongold tweeted. We have Nux. We have Nux doing a little bit of Nux trolling with the Jews. Oh, man.
Anyway,
this
no,
is
I think that
crazy. This is wild. And then he did end up getting banned. But it's not a long ban. According to Mike from the Third Reich, because we have Ethan here. If you guys don't know who Ethan is actively suing 3 content creators. So we have Ethan. Ethan will alleges Mike from PA got a 2-day ban on Twitch. Say if true, then Twitch is a full-blown anti-Jewish org and should be labeled as such. Time to mass contact advocacy groups, officials, Amazon execs to demand action. According to Mike from the Third Reich, he was only banned for 2 days. If true, Twitch is full-blown anti-Jewish organization and should be labeled as such. It's time to mass contact advocacy groups, officials, Amazon executives to demand action. And then we have some screenshots. Oh, it's not a long ban. It's a paid vacation. Woohoo! Apparently there's beef. I thought it was you, to be honest, so no. And then it says 2 days. 2-day ban. 2-day frickin' ban. Two-day ban. That's what we see happening. They're not enforcing their rules. They're not doing anything about it. And then we have Rev chiming in with a video here about this.
Guys are here. So today we're going to be once again talking about Mike from PA, who has been banned yet again after calling an
fifth ban, by the way. It's their fifth ban.
Entire ethnicity demonic. Now, Mike from PA is one of the strongest Hassan Piker orbiters out there, which is basically like saying one of the dumbest idiots. But this is a guy who has a history of very violent rhetoric where he has harassed, threatened, and even put bounties on the heads of other content creators. He has encouraged violence amongst his followers and even encouraged his followers to make citizens arrests of certain people in a very unlawful way.
He has.
And this is the guy who, you look at him, he's an internet tough guy. He's acting like some big alpha. But this is the guy behind the screen. This is the guy who wants you to shiver in fear for what he might say next. And this time he's finding out, but of course with Twitch's favoritism, how much he's going to find out with this ban, well, we'll have to wait and see. But before we get into the details of what happened most recently, today is the last day to capitalize on my summer drop, at least with the 20% off code. So if you go to the link in the pinned comment and use code REV20 at checkout, you'll save 20% off my latest drop with Advanced GG, which includes 3 new flavor jars with new arts, as well as a line of new clothing, the hat, the tank top, as well as the t-shirt, and we also brought back the ice shaker. So make sure to take advantage of this 20% off code. It ends tomorrow. A lot of people have been using over the past couple of days, and I appreciate that. But again, use the link in the pinned comment and code REV20 at checkout to save 20% off your entire order. Now, let's talk about Mike from PA. Mike from PA is a Hassan orbiter with a very violent streak in his content creation career.
Can we just point out that it says at Twitch partner and proud at Dem Socialist member? That should be a red flag anyway.
Now, he is someone who is a paper tiger, internet tough guy. Because at the end of the day, this is the dude who is acting tough.
That's fine. I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention.
Ooh, nerd.
This is the guy who's trying to act tough, like some big alpha on the internet. A guy who literally recoils into a sentient goofball the second he gets near a woman. But anyways, what's going on here? Well, recently, Mike's been trying to clean up his act a little bit, trying to convince everyone he's a normal guy before saying some incredibly unhinged things yesterday. But Mike from PA a few days ago said this: "I love the fact that I'm just a normal guy offline. Makes life very easy."
Are you?
First of all, normal guys do not behave the way that this guy does, threatening people, making calls to violence, what have you. Also, normal guys never have to convince you they're normal guys. And also, this implies that offline he's normal. Does that mean that he's not normal online? Wouldn't that make his whole career a joke? He's basically saying that he's not normal online. Okay, interesting.
To me, that means that he acts like a fool online and doesn't carry that persona into his real life. I genuinely don't understand these people.
But of course, the hidden replies on this are just golden. So you can see a normal. Everyone's posting this screenshot. He hates this screenshot so much. He hates that. And you can just see people dunking on the normal guy in the hidden replies. And keep in mind, he has to manually hide every single one of those. He sees it, he gets angry, he hides it. It's very obvious. It triggers him quite a bit. But in the replies to that, he also was challenged by this person saying, "Ain't no effing way that's true." Where he says, "You have a child's cartoon as your avatar. The pedophile vibes you put out are off the charts."
Crazy
Projection.
to say that.
Yeah. No normal person makes these heinous allegations against someone for using a cartoon profile picture. I'm sorry. Normal people don't see a Carl Weezer profile picture and immediately think of children being abused. This is a self-report. This
not normal.
is projection, but it's not too unexpected at this point. And here's one more from that comment section where someone says, "The normal guy," in quotes, probably means you don't tell people on the street that you want to place a bounty on people's heads that they've never heard of. And he says, "Who did I put a bounty on?" Well, I'm glad you asked. Here's a clip making it very clear that he was putting a bounty on the head of Destiny.
Well, we brought the white. It's called shock, you fucking idiot. It's called shock. Anything that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Yeah, see, they like to hide behind a very thin wall of, let's say, vagueness, where they say a very clear message, but they don't say it entirely directly, so they can have some sort of plausible deniability. We all know what he was doing here. He was trying to put a bounty on Destiny's head, and this is coming from someone like me who doesn't even like Destiny, but you can't go around implying heavily stuff like this. This guy is a walking hypocrite, okay?
Exactly.
He is someone who gets exposed all the time.
So you just can't do that. Like, there is no plausible deniability with that, because the way he said it and the way he made it sound is absolutely 100% like he's putting... He said, "I have X amount of dollars. If you're in this area and you want to make X amount of dollars, get a hold of me." That clearly is implying that he wants to do that. What an idiot. This is what we had to deal with on Purple Team.
For fumbling on his own points. Recently, he came out to defend Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron from the copyright infringement lawsuits that Ethan Klein filed against them, where he's saying Denim's reaction to the content nuke made by Ethan on Hassan Piker was fair use, and that Ethan's trying to clamp down on fair use and transformative content. Meanwhile, this is the same guy that only a few months ago...
Let's read this. It says, "I heard this theory of Ethan Klein defenders is nonsense." Was that I don't have to have goodwill to critique someone under fair use. As long as the content is transformative, Denim's reaction was over twice the length of the video, it qualifies as fair use. No, it doesn't qualify as fair use. What qualifies as fair use is what I'm doing right now, where I'm adding context, more context to Rev's video. That's what adds the fair use part. So, and then right here below it says, "Doesn't matter. She admitted she was making a market substitute in order to deprive the original video of views and monetary gain, and saw fit to ask recumbents based on someone else's content she just played in full." She didn't talk over it at all. She got up and walked away, and that was that. She didn't add anything to the video. She didn't do anything that qualified fair use. She broke copyright, and now she's snitching on all the Discord and Reddit mods that promoted where to watch Ethan's video instead of watching Ethan's video. Hook, line, and sinker, you're all cooked.
Said he was going to file DMCA
coming from Dem Socialists
takedowns on Asmongold if Asmongold continued to react to his public streams and criticize the things he's saying.
Organize raids against other channels. And I just want to say this. I straight up don't consent to any insults, any watching of my content. If you watch any of my content, you don't have a license, I will DMCA you.
That's not how DMCA works. You're a fucking idiot. are streaming on a public platform, anyone can watch your content and anyone can make clips and or shit talk you. Good luck, homie.
That is what I'm going to say. Any kind of bad faith interpretations of what I'm saying, any attempt to make me seem to be saying something I don't believe or don't say, is absolutely not allowed.
It doesn't matter.
I don't give you any consent to review my content.
So you probably watch all this and
doesn't
you're thinking to
matter.
yourself, okay, we get it. He's a hypocrite. He's unhinged. What
Massive hypocrite.
did Mike from PA do this time? Well, like a lot of things, it involves the conflict going on between Israel and Palestine, and I'm surprised he has anything else to say here because, well, Hassan already solved the entire conflict. He made this absolute banger of a tweet in the last 24 hours. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a Nobel Peace Prize yet, where he says one phone call is all it takes to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put a sanctions package. And if that fails, invade Israel militarily. Wow, that is foolproof. Generals take notice. World leaders take notice. Hassan Piker just figured everything.
He just laid down the biggest political thing. One phone call is all it would take. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think you understand it, buddy.
Out. Make one phone call, and if it doesn't work,
he's getting ratioed.
Then have an American military invasion of Israel. He solved it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
What a brilliant mind. Now,
Idiot.
this is the clip in particular that we're talking about today. It stems from a long conversation about these related topics, where eventually Mike from PA just goes mask off, and he calls Jews a demonic ethnicity.
Crazy.
Between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed
That's
that,
crazy.
the blessing
Jew
that
is not a fucking ethnic.
What an idiot.
It is.
Jew is not a what? Jew is not an ethnic? Are you stupid? Do you not know how to say words? Are you dumb? You have to be. You have to be an idiot. You have to.
It is a Jewish is not an ethnicity. This
What?
constructed ethnicity.
What?
This demonic ethnicity. Wholly invented.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the mask has come completely
invented.
off.
Wholly invented. What?
You can see a scenario where like Hassan grabs this guy by the collar and pulls him in and is like, hey man, you're supposed to say Zionist, not Jew. You're not supposed to let them know that's actually what we meant. But like, yeah, people have been saying this for a long time. Like, we all know what they're talking about in a lot of these cases. It's not just Zionists. They're trying to basically use this as a blanket term for not only Jews, but anyone who disagrees with them on anything politically. And this guy just went mask off. Like, imagine anyone else saying a statement like this or similar to this about any other group. They'd be permabanned instantly. If Asmongold came out and said this sentence, he'd be permabanned from Twitch forever.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this guy, they had to wait around for a lot of people to start talking about this before they made a move. And a spoiler alert for the end of this video, it sounds like it's not going to be a very long suspension at all. And it's really crazy. They used to pretend like it wasn't about saying these disparaging things about Jews. They kept it to just Zionists, right? Especially when they're referring to people like Ethan Klein. But if you look at the track record here, there are some interesting interactions that happened over the past couple of days that led into this, where Mike from PA was saying it's important that we punish the propagandists who supported this genocide criminal charges, including the death penalty.
Crazy.
And people in the H3H3 production subreddit said, ah, yes, the death penalty for political opposition. Where have I seen this before?
I wonder where we've seen that before. Where have we seen that before? Do you guys know? You guys know, chat? Do you know where we've seen that before? It sounds familiar. I just can't put my finger on it. Where have we seen this before? Huh. I wonder where we've seen this before. Weird.
And then he quotes that, basically saying all this stuff, saying if you propagandize and incite genocide, it's already a crime in the United States, and the death penalty is a part of that. Well, he has confirmed many times that he believes, in reference to Ethan Klein, he is one of the biggest propagandists for the genocide. So the death penalty is on the table for Mr. Ethan Klein in the world of Mike from PA. And this is something that really shouldn't surprise you. This guy is a dingbat. This guy is illiterate, okay? he Googles what he believes is evidence and supports for you, the viewer, to go out and start making citizens' arrests of people that you believe are supporting a genocide, including people by his own definition would be like Ethan Klein, Asmongold, Dan Saltman, Destiny, all these people.
You are justified in attempting citizens' arrest.
Okay.
This is not my idea, by the way.
Google it. Yeah, Google it, buddy.
On war crimes and genocide, everyone has the right to arrest or detain a criminal.
What a
and
fool.
Defending genocide is the same thing as doing it.
I don't know where this guy is getting any of his information.
Jurisdiction is a legal principle
it's
allowing states to
probably
prosecute individuals for certain serious crimes such as genocide, war crimes, and crime against humanity, regardless of where the crime occurred or the nationality of the perpetrator or victim.
okay.
Every single human being in the entire planet has the right to try to effectuate a citizen's arrest under the principle of universal jurisdiction for crimes against humanity.
Right.
Aiding, advocating, and abetting genocide.
So why aren't you going out and doing all these citizens arrests, Mike from PA? Why aren't you going out there and actually taking a stand against the things that you believe in? Oh wait, that's because you're a sissy. You're a big sissy man.
Is a crime. And so therefore, every human being is instantly deputized in the entire world to take means to arrest that person and take them to The Hague.
So obviously, after seeing all this go down yesterday, a lot of content creators were weighing in, including Asmongold, who has a very vested interest in all of this because these are the people who are constantly attacking him and trying to go after him when they believe he said something out of line. They want him deplatformed. They want him pulled away from any sort of ability to exist on places like Twitch. So he had this to say in the replies to the tweet sharing the clip, saying, "How is calling people of Jewish ethnicity a demonic entity not an instant permaban? What the F is going on? I'm starting to think that maybe Twitch does actually have an anti-Semitism problem at Twitch support." And this would get a lot of attention, and he would get even more attention when he would react to this and would share his notion, his idea that people in his community should start tagging Twitch and sponsors if they're not going to do anything about this.
And anyway, no, I think that we should do that.
Sponsors
I do.
would leave the platform
I think
if
this
they
is
saw
over the line.
What the hell is going on?
I think we should get the community together and make sure that every Jewish advocacy group in the world knows that this is happening, and maybe even people at Amazon. And so we can do this maybe on Discord or on Twitter. Why don't we go ahead and get a list together right now of all of the different advocacy groups, and we are going to message all of them and see if we can get something done about this. I do. I think this is insane. This is a crazy, crazy thing to do. Mike made the VOD available to subscribers. It doesn't matter. We have the clip. Everybody has the clip.
Unremitting aggression.
That's it.
Or the blessing.
That's all you need.
Of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed
that shit crazy.
The blessing
Jew is not a fucking ethnic. Yes. It is Jewish is not an ethnicity. This construct.
And I think that if Twitch doesn't do something about this, I think that we should just go and open up Twitch on a browser, look at every advertiser that Twitch has, and then send it to every advertiser that Twitch has.
Well, clearly the collective response by Asmongold, his community, and also a lot of people on places like Twitter and Reddit had an impact because eventually the noise got too loud and they would ban Mike from PA. Now, the duration of this ban, who knows, but at least something happened, and that's how pathetic things are. That's how low the bar is. Basically, you have to consider something like this a win, that they would actually ban someone for calling an entire ethnicity demonic. That's how low the bar is. Thanks to people like Hassan, Dan Clancy, and all the people who are in the favorites club over at there on Twitch. But Ethan would weigh in because, of course, he would say Mike should be permanently banned. There's absolutely no reason to allow him back. Anything less is scandalous. And you can see, based on the actual language provided on his page, it is a temporary ban. So this is not a permaban.
Nope.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised in a fair system that what he said would be a permaban, especially given his history of violent rhetoric on the platform. At the very least, can we get like 30 days? I don't think we're going to get that. I really don't think we're going to get anywhere near close to 30 days.
No.
It's seeming that it's going to be a lot less.
Yeah.
Apparently, Ethan Klein shared this. As you can see down here, he's basically
2
saying
days.
it's not a long ban. And in his server, we see the mention of 2 days.
Yep.
2 days for what he said would be absolutely wild. And you know, when the people say, like, we got to talk to the sponsors, we got to go after Twitch hard, try to get the ban, you should do the same thing when the ban is inadequate. When he gets a slap on the wrist for something that would be an instant permaban
Go
for
harder.
the wrong people, basically anyone outside the favorite group on Twitch, you should have that same energy based on the punishment. But we'll see what happens there. But the replies to the ban announcement are just hilarious.
They are.
Oh, that image. He hates this image so much. Yeah, people are very happy to see him go. But yeah, this whole thing, complete mess. Another terrible look for Twitch. And honestly, I believe they only reacted because they got so much backlash in the hours after these clips started to go viral. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
They're losing. They're losing. That's insane to me that they're losing like that. They're absolutely losing. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit. We're going to talk about what's actually happening in the world. I know you see here where it says gringo go fucking home, which is crazy. We're going to watch this video. I don't know if you guys know Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. They're pretty good about reporting the news, and they do it in somewhat funny manner.
Gringo, go fucking home.
They do
Pero
good
yo no.
work.
The locals in Mexico City have began attacking American-owned businesses, blaming foreign residents and remote workers for the rising cost of living.
La gente está muy molesta y claro.
YouTube, figure it out.
Claro, con justa razón.
Esta tarde hubo una marcha en la Ciudad de México.
Yeah, there's a march in Mexico City against gentrification. Wow.
Contra la gentrificación.
La gentrificación.
Gentrificación. What do you think about gentrification?
About what?
Gentrification.
Gentrification?
Gentrification.
Oh, I think it's important.
Nos están imponiendo otro puto idioma, nos están chingando en la economía, nos están
They're fucking their economy up.
imponiendo sus costumbres, nos están privando de nuestras costumbres.
Llegaron los norteamericanos, nuestros espacios, nuestra
Americans have arrived and our spaces and culture are being threatened, and this is what's happening in Mexico.
cultura se está viendo amenazada. Decía mi amiga, mis chilaquiles ya no pican por su culpa.
Oh no, they're no longer spicy because of Americans.
Se llaman expats.
Expats.
Yep,
Sí.
expats.
como expansión. Expatriotados. Sí, ¿no? Creo que es por eso.
Solo
No
para no
sé.
llamarse inmigrantes.
Podría
Porque los inmigrantes son de tez morena, son mexicanos, son de Latinoamérica, pero nunca
Ajá.
son ellos porque son blancos, son nice, son fancy.
Tú pareces de Los Ángeles. ¿Tú eres de dónde?
México.
Oh, okay.
Muchas gracias.
Soy de New York.
¿Crees que tú eres parte del problema de la gentrificación?
You think you're part of the gentrification
Para-
problem?
Yo estoy parte del problema. ¿Por qué?
No, te pregunto, ¿piensas que eres parte
No,
de...?
yo vivo aquí permanente. Yo tengo una depa chiquita.
I live in a
He
tiny
empezado de
homestead. I started
aprender
learning
español
Spanish
hace muchos años.
years ago.
Yo aquí para Canal 5 Latinoamérica estamos en vivo y en directo desde el Parque México donde está ocurriendo una
Yeah,
protesta.
so basically everyone is mad about people from America relocating to Mexico, and this all started because of basically like everyone would be working from home during COVID, so that way businesses could stay in operation. And some of those people were like, oh well, I can't afford living in New York or LA or any of these expensive areas, but I could move to Mexico City where it's where it's much cheaper compared to where I live now. And I could still work my job remotely, making the same salary and being able to live a cheaper lifestyle.
Está en contra de la gentrificación. Mexicanos
And now everyone in Mexico or from Mexico is upset because when that happens, so when people who make a lot of money move into a rather cheaper area, do you guys know what happens in that area? Prices go up for everything. Food, rent, utility bills. Prices all rise because there's an influx of income. And they basically push and see how much people will pay before they start rioting.
molestos por la alza en la vivienda, por las rentas, por la preferencia hacia los extranjeros. Vamos a ver qué opina la gente, vamos a ver qué dice, vamos a ver qué protestan, cuál es la solución y vamos a ver
they're
qué pasa.
protesting because they want the Americans to leave their country. They're not assimilating. They're forcing the values and culture in Mexico, and it's pretty funny that that's happening right now.
El día de hoy.
Tenemos que hacer que este país vuelva a ser nuestro.
Hay una gran diferencia entre una persona de Sudamérica, un migrante, una persona de Haití, que hay varios que han venido por las condiciones terribles que hace de su país, y otra cosa es una persona que tiene el poder adquisitivo.
Yeah, see, a person who has purchasing power to buy 4 houses, they're raising the rent. See, we've already had this issue in America. We've had this issue in America for a long time, a very long time, very, very long time. And I call this the goldfish mentality or the fishbowl mentality, where a lot of people who are my parents' age will buy up a bunch of the houses in the housing market. They won't sell them. They'll renovate them minimally, and then they'll raise the rent and make it very expensive. So that way, you know, they got a cheap mortgage on the house. They can raise the rent as much as they want, and now they can live a more comfortable lifestyle. And they don't want to downsize. They want to keep living a bigger lifestyle than technically what they need to. So an easy way to solve this would be to not let people own more than 2 properties. And that includes your living property. If you want to be a landlord, you have to prove that you've been an adequate landlord for 5 years, where you haven't had people move or leave because prices were too high. You would have to prove that you were able to get things in that house fixed in a timely manner. You would have to prove these things, and then you could buy another home or invest in more properties to rent out. But the cost of living has skyrocketed over the years, and people don't understand that. That's why some people my age have trouble buying homes. There's people who are my parents' age that think $20 an hour is a comfortable living wage, and that's not a comfortable living wage. You're living in the negative. You're not living paycheck to paycheck. You're living way under. You're living in the red. You're hoping your paycheck hits before anything happens.
Para comprarse 4.
And now this is happening in Mexico, and they're bringing the culture down there and not assimilating, right? So, like, for example, if my wife and I moved to Japan, I would take it upon myself to learn Japanese, learn the culture, learn about the living situations, and learn all about that stuff, because I would want to assimilate to the culture. I wouldn't want to go over there and just assume everyone's going to speak English and cater to me, because I'm over there and I live there and I don't know how they speak their language.
Are on sale for 16 seconds. Fire sale.
I would actually learn the language and learn to be a part of that area. Now, even if I went to Mexico, I would do the same thing. I would learn Spanish. I would learn about... Joseph, welcome in. I'm being attacked. How we doing? Welcome to the news. The news. Just long pause, I guess. Can't punch your ticket. Try refreshing the browser. There's so many redeems. Yeah, they like to spam them when I'm yapping. They like to spam them when I'm yapping. But anyway, even if I moved to Mexico, I would learn the language, learn the culture. I would learn to assimilate, and I would live based on that culture. Aura, welcome in. How we doing? I'm doing well. I'm yapping about the problem that is happening in Mexico right now. We're doing the world news section, and then we're going to get back to what's going on the interwebs again. Good to see you here. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. But yeah, if I was moving to another country, doesn't matter where it is in the world, doesn't matter, I would learn the language, I would learn the culture, I would ask questions about the culture when I got there, I would learn to assimilate and live within the culture. I wouldn't take my American culture, my American values and all that stuff and move it there to another country and then hope that they're going to speak English and they're going to make me feel comfortable because I didn't take the time to learn about anything.
Casas en la Ciudad de México, rentarlas e irse a vivir a Cozumel.
So they rent what's going on is all these people will buy 4 or 5 houses in Mexico City and then they'll rent them and they'll go live somewhere very cheap. So they have this huge income and then they'll live somewhere very cheap and charge people who actually are from Mexico much more money for rent.
A retiree comes to Mexico to spend less than what they would in the United States.
Right.
Susan Cura never dreamed she would live in Mexico.
Tenemos una crisis de vivienda muy fuerte en la ciudad y en todo.
Yeah, they have a housing, so they're crashing out because of the housing crisis throughout the country. We also should be crashing out about that in America because that's happening here, but we just let it go.
País, gente joven de 30, 20 años, 40.
Yeah, young people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, not going to be able to buy a house. That's what's happening in America. We're dealing with that. We've been dealing with that for a long time.
No va a poder comprar una casa. Sin embargo, hay una persona que vino como expat.
Expat, yeah, expatriate. is they don't like expatriates if you're not going to assimilate to their culture. If you're not going to learn Spanish, and if you're not going to learn to live down there, you're not going to learn to respect the culture. They want you out. They want you out. They buy several homes and they live off of them like parasites because that's what they are. That's crazy. They're calling expats parasites.
Varias viviendas, vive de ellas y vive como un parásito, porque eso es lo que son. Son parásitos que vienen y toman y no retribuyen absolutamente nada al lugar en donde
vinieron. Absolutely nothing back to Mexico.
Vinieron a vivir y a compartir cultura.
¿Qué es necesario? ¿Qué tenemos que tomar? ¿Qué medidas como comunidad y como sistema gubernal?
Primeramente tiene que haber una regulación a Airbnb.
Yeah, there does need to be regulations on that and short-term rental systems. I agree.
Sistema de rentas cortas.
¿Qué pedo con las leyes, con las legislaciones, con el Airbnb?
What are those numbers?
Con todas esas cosas para pues intentar mitigar toda esta problemática.
Me encanta. Muchísimas gracias,
Ánimo. Con todas esas cosas para pues intentar mitigar toda esta problemática.
Me encanta. Muchísimas.
Con todas esas.
Tiene que haber una regulación a Airbnb, al sistema de rentas cortas.
¿Qué pedo con las leyes, con las legislaciones?
Okay, right there. So listings in January of 2019, there was about 14,500 listings. As of August in 2023, there's 21,000 listings of Airbnbs. That's wild. That's a huge jump.
Con el Airbnb, con todas esas cosas para pues intentar mitigar toda esta problemática.
Me encanta. Muchísimas gracias,
Ánimo.
Que tengan lindo día, chicas.
Igual, bye.
Las rentas estén en 18,000.
The rents are at 1,000 to 1,500 USD a month. Giants, welcome in. Now they're experiencing what America's been experiencing for a long time, and they are crashing out so hard. They're crashing out so hard that they want the Americans to get the hell out of there.
25,000 pesos cuando el mexicano promedio no gana eso.
The average Mexican doesn't earn that. Whoa. Whoa.
Estén en 18,000, 25,000.
Whoa. Be safe on your drive home.
1,000 pesos.
Morn, welcome in. I want to see all these numbers. So Switzerland, this is average monthly salary after tax. Average monthly salary for an average Mexican person is $719, and the rent there is $1,000 to $1,500. Holy shit. Holy shit. The cost of living is well above how much they make a month. Holy cow. No wonder they're crashing out so hard about this. I don't blame them. Now let's just let's not even take into consideration, like in America, you make average monthly salary after taxes $4,232 for a person working a normal wage job, even though they still, we in America still live in the red, right? If that's your average monthly salary, we still live in the red, right? Now, everything that these Americans are moving to Mexico, and they've jacked up the price of rent for everything based on the average monthly salary. It's crazy. Landlords need to be checked. Yeah, I totally agree. And I said that earlier, where if you want to be a landlord, you should only be able to own 2 properties maximum. One you live in, one you rent out. And then if you want to own more properties, you have to prove that you have not had people leave. You've had people stay for a very long time. You were able to maintain the property and do everything within a timely manner and keep your renters happy. You just have, there would be a list of things to do, so that way you could own more properties. They don't have laws and regulations we have here, though. Yeah, they don't yet. Not yet. People are literally protesting in Mexico to make the expats leave. They don't want them there now.
El mexicano promedio no gana eso, o sea...
Toda la ciudad, no creo que sea el único aquí que ha sido desplazado de su colonia, de su casa, porque pues, las rentas, todos los precios por zona por estos hijos de la chingada se han encarecido.
¡Váyanse a su puta!
Holy cow, she's so mad. Go back to your homes.
¡Casa!
Hola chicos, están viendo Censorship Latinoamérica.
You know, I can't say that I agree with them. Like, it's causing a problem for them to live. They can't live anymore. They can't afford to live anymore.
Mejor canal de noticias en todo el mundo. What you're currently watching is a video filmed in Mexico City on the 4th of July, wherein hundreds of locals gathered to protest the American-led gentrification of prominent central neighborhoods like Roma Norte, Roma Sur, and Condesa, which have seen over a 45.3% rent increase over the past 5 years.
43.5% rent increase on short-term rentals? What the... Dude, if this happened in America, everyone would just be like, oh, well, that's how it is. What the fuck? My apartment in Sweden that's located centrally in Stockholm, the capital city, has a rent of about $1,100. And that's 5 rooms plus kitchen and 2 bathrooms. Holy shit! You have 2 bathrooms? I'm jealous. I got 1 bathroom. If my wife is on the toilet and I gotta pee at the same time, I gotta go outside. I gotta go find a tree to pee on. Yeah, the bathroom that we have didn't even have a sink. It was just a toilet and a shower. You think renting out single-family homes should be illegal? Most houses that would be perfect for starter homes are owned by a landlord or rental companies because they're cheap to buy, renovate, and rent. The rich just get richer. Yes. Yeah, I agree. And that's actually a thing in my hometown right now where these people who are my parents' age are buying up these small family homes, these starter homes, as Ame-chan said, and they're renovating them and renting them out because they don't want to downsize their fishbowl. They want to live these lavish lives. They want to buy their big toys. They want to buy all these big trucks or big cars or fancy cars. And they want to live this so-called lavish lifestyle. And they do it by being a parasite, like the Mexican people have said on this video. They're being a parasite. Leave the starter homes for the buyers, damn you. Yeah, co-op P. No. I mean, I guess I could pick a litter box, right? We got three litter boxes in the house. I guess I could pick one and just do it the old-fashioned way, right?
Years. Additionally, over 50% of respondents in a recent survey reported facing problems paying their rent.
That's crazy. Over half reported facing problems paying their rent and mortgage in Mexico City. That's how big of a problem this is. Did you forget the diagram I made of what we do if we both had to go potty emergency at the same time? Yeah, I get the litter box in the bathtub. You get the toilet. I remember. I know my place.
Rent or mortgage in the city.
Vamos a ir a los establecimientos de los estadounidenses que están utilizando estos espacios básicamente porque
at least I would do better job than our little tuxedo cat. I would at least cover it up.
Son las únicas personas que tienen el poder adquisitivo para obtener estos espacios.
In the wake of these protests, they were called ironic by mostly conservative commentators in the US who feel that Mexico's critique of our so-called inhumane border policy toward their migrants was clearly at stark odds with how they act when Americans show up.
So wait, these agitators are sick of foreigners coming, taking advantage of their system, and refusing to assimilate? The irony levels are off the charts.
This narrative would paint Mexicans as an entitled, protected class, incapable of taking...
What a crazy take. It's not It's not quite the same at all. It's not the fucking same at all, buddy.
Subscribe to ArtMage
That's not how it works.
and don't
Oh,
forget to
God
use that
damn
free
it.
Prime sub, baby.
Chat, we got ads coming up, so if you guys don't know, we do 2 sets of ad runs here, so that way we get about an hour's worth of uninterrupted ad time. And we're gonna keep going on with this
In
for
what they dish
a little
out.
bit
And to be
until
fair,
ads
this
start.
would make sense if you thought this was some kind of close the border protest, but it's not. To clarify, the protests in Mexico City are about upper income people, mostly from the US, arriving in droves
Right.
to live like kings in a significantly poorer place. Not
Yes.
impoverished people from around the world risking life
You have turbo. We still take a break so that way no one misses any content.
and limb to work below
Just because we are multi-streaming on green team and red team, so we don't want anyone who isn't subscribed. We just still take a break.
minimum wage.
That gives everyone a chance to go potty or clean up their litter box for the next time they need to go potty.
in a significantly richer place. But I can see how if you're just looking at the signs, it might look like it's kind of the
Right. And if you're looking at this and you're just looking at it as like, oh, we need the immigrants to leave, blah, 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 blah. I can see where you think it's ironic, right? But that's not the problem they're facing in Mexico. That's not it at all. They're facing a different problem and they're protesting it and trying to solve it. That's it. That's what it is. People can't afford to live. They're protesting that because rich Silicon Valley people who work remotely are going to a poorer place to live like kings. It's the fucking fishbowl mentality all over again, except in a different fucking country. That's all it is. That's really what it is. Boiled down to a nutshell. It's the fishbowl mentality of Americans who work remotely and make a butt ton of money.
180-second ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Thank you for telling everyone. And they want to live like kings. We'll be right back. We'll keep continuing on with the world news, guys. And we'll get all the hot takes. Sit tight. Don't go anywhere. Sit down. Hey, sit down. You are. You are. And maybe Omega, but we won't bring up Omega. Omega stays in the box. Got it, chat. You guys understand? Omega stays in the box. Ow. Oh, already the throws have begun. I see.
Do we have other crucifixes or just the one?
We do have 2. I just only brought in 1.
I can't find the other one in the truck.
Not in the truck.
I don't see it.
You know why it's not in the truck?
Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Ludwig, who lost a bet with Iron Mouse, finally debuted their Vtuber model. And what did the community have to say? The community said we should gatekeep VTubing. And what I think we should do is maybe gatekeep your opinions to yourself and let others be creative instead of being an interaction farmer on Twitter. Stop it. Get some help. Open the door. Let me in. God, gorgeous. Yep, here they come. Here they come.
Oh, fuck this. I'm leaving.
I don't think so.
No, they don't care for gold. Ah! He's interrogating me.
Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no. Can we go in? Let's just go in. Let's just go in. Let's die with honor. Let's die with honor. Die with honor. Die with honor. Die with honor. Boo. Boo.
180-second ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Why? Help me, Tom Cruise. Help me, baby Jesus. Help. You guys done? No, one long cat. I love how the long cat starts it.
Being attacked by slimes. They hurt. They're literally spawn camping me. No. Stop.
Can't freak me out. I knew that was a ghost event. Get fucking gamed on. I didn't even smudge a little bit. I shot a little bit, but that wasn't my smudge.
That wasn't my smudge.
Won't you just close the door?
I got. I should have
got.
I got. Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
you were talking too much.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yep, here they come. Here they come.
Oh, fuck this. I'm leaving.
I don't think
No,
so.
they don't care for gold. Ah! He's very angry.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Oh no.
And of course, we forgot to leave this in there. All right, that was weird. Can we go in? Let's just go in. Let's just go in. Let's die with honor. Let's die with honor. Die with honor. Die with honor. Die with honor. Boo. Boo.
Oh god. Ow. Why? Why? Help me, Tom Cruise. Help me, baby Jesus. Help. You guys done? No, one long cat. I love how the long cat starts it.
No treating the rope. I want to feel that burn. I want to feel each individual fiber cut into my body when you tighten it up.
You set me on fire, you fucking asshole.
And we're back. Pluton, welcome in.
The same thing. Anyways, if you want to learn a lot about this situation, we actually produced a full documentary about it about 6 months ago, which you can find on our channel. But here is the short form. So back during the pandemic of 2020, when the world shut down, billion-dollar...
It's going well. We're talking about world news now. We're talking about what's going on in Mexico. In case you missed the beginning of the news, I talked shit on both Purple Team and Green Team, and now probably no one likes me, but who cares? Also, I don't know if you were here, but we banned the CEO of Twitch from our channel. They're not welcome here. Mike from PA said Jews are demonic and they're not an ethnicity, and they got a 2-day ban, it seems. Yeah. Now we're doing the world news.
Tech companies like Google, Amazon, and Twitter moved their operations to remote work to comply with COVID protocols, which meant that employees could continue to earn 6-figure salaries.
You banned Santa Claus? Yeah, I banned Dan Clancy. Dan Clancy's not allowed here. You're not welcome in my channel.
From their bedrooms in places like San Francisco, New York, and LA. While initially it was supposed to last for a few weeks or maybe a month or two, it ended up lasting over a year. And some tech companies, especially after seeing the productivity metrics, decided to move huge fractions of their staff to...
Yes, they did. A lot of companies decided to move a lot of their people to remote working, which obviously we see the metrics right there. You get 48% more family time, 40% people getting more sleep, and 57% positive effects on finances.
To full-time remote work. Data released by the U.S. Bureau of Labor showed that in many industries beyond tech, like finance and insurance, the rates of employees working remote jumped from 11 to 44% by mid-2021. And the country reopening after COVID really didn't make a meaningful dent in this trend. This unfortunately turned places like Civic Center San Francisco and downtown Seattle into basically ghost towns, full of empty office buildings and decrepit businesses, whispering distant memories of a bygone Silicon boom. But employees were happier and the companies had decided. Zoom is the move. Microsoft Teams is the dream. Google Meet is heat. And so employees were faced.
What's wrong with empty office buildings? This isn't what this is talking about. So this is talking about what is happening in Mexico City, where rent has increased 55%. And it's up to $1,000 to $1,500, whereas the average Mexican income is about $760 something. So Mexico, all the Mexican people are crashing out and basically telling the gringos to go home. So the reason that this rent increase has happened is because of remote working. People have left, LA, New York, the most expensive areas where they were living, right? They were living their life in these expensive areas, and they said, well, if I'm working from home, I can move to a much cheaper part of the world and still work my regular job.
Faced with a simple question: should I continue to live paying $2,000 a month for an overpriced studio apartment in a place that I'm not even from, which I moved to be closer to an office that doesn't exist anymore? Or should I take my inflated California paycheck that I'm continuously earning and go live large somewhere else on the cheap? I'd pick option 2 every day. And so
I would agree. If I had a massive San Francisco paycheck that I was getting every 2 weeks, and I'm living in San Francisco because I moved there to be closer to the office that I had to go to every day, and I have the option that I could just move somewhere else, still make my California paycheck, and live life cheaper, oh my God, every day, every single time you gave me that option, I would choose it.
So they did, descending upon places like Austin, Nashville, Arizona, Idaho, and Montana like an army of software engineers. Now, what do landlords, merchants, business owners, developers, and just everyone?
It is a rational choice. But what is happening, though, is like the people that are moving to Mexico, they're buying up 4 or 5 houses, and then they're upping the rent, and it's causing more than half of the population to not be able to make their rent payments just because of North Americans moving there, buying a bunch of houses and rental properties, and trying to do the financial freedom thing that works here. Can't they also move where it's cheaper? That's the problem, is the North Americans are moving into the cheapest area in Mexico City and upping the rent.
Everyday hustlers do.
There is nowhere cheaper where they're all moving to. They're literally moving to the cheapest part of Mexico, buying up all the houses, raising the rent, and they're upping the cost of living outside of all that.
When they hear and see that a bunch of rich people are coming to town, they jack up the prices, see what they can get away with, and adjust the cost of services based upon the incomes of the transplants. But gradually, as transplants
outside of Mexico City would be cheaper? I don't think so. I don't think so. When the average monthly income of an average Mexican citizen is $760 in the cheapest part all around Mexico, people can't afford to move out further away from their jobs.
Plants become a majority, everything becomes more expensive, which brings about issues such as cultural erosion.
We're already seeing this in the don't California, my state, is crazy, but we've seen this in America for a long time, where people will move to a cheaper area to live there, and they'll buy up a bunch of houses, and then they'll immediately jack up the price of everything, And for the people who are living there semi-comfortably, or at least getting by, then they automatically just can't afford anything, and that happens within a year or less than a year.
Local displacement. In some cases, displacement
less crime outside of Detroit
can be prevented by implementing a mass-scale rent freeze for people below a certain income level, which Mamdani's trying to do in New York City. But most of the time, the interests of city politicians are tied in with the interests of developers. So they do nothing, they actually sponsor and promote it, and allow outside investors to tear down their cities at the cost of the community and rebuild new infrastructure to support the interests of tourists and transplants. Which brings us to Mexico City, where they're experiencing an even more magnified version of what was faced by affordable American cities who were sacked by remote workers after COVID. They're referred to down in the city as digital nomads, and they've anchored themselves, as I mentioned, mainly in the Roma Norte area, where they can be seen packing nearly every English-signed coffee shop with laptops, presumably at work.
Ahorita ya no es lo que era antes. Ahorita ya está todo lleno de gente, pues, del extranjero.
Regrésense a su puto país, hijos de perra. América
Just saying it like it is. Go back to your country.
es un continente, no es un puto país.
It's important to note, as we did in our first episode, that many digital nomads have a genuine respect and appreciation for Mexican society and want to be a part of it. But with their sudden, jarring arrival came the unintended consequence of massive rent hikes, a budding industry of poorly maintained, overpriced, foreign-owned Airbnbs. And of course, many of the restaurants and shops in the area are changing their signage from Spanish to English. These changes have made these traditionally hip neighborhoods unaffordable for local Mexicans and led to the protests that you're seeing today. Hope you guys enjoy.
Cuando la gente empieza a ser desplazadas por cuestiones monetarias y de intereses mobiliarios, se empieza a crear estas burbujas. Este parque es uno de esos ejemplos. Aquí se reúnen muchos de la comunidad.
Members of the North American community gather here to speak their language.
Americana para...
I mean, that's not what you should do anyway if you're assimilating. Like I said earlier, if I was moving to Mexico and I was looking to move there permanently, I would learn Spanish, I would learn the culture, I would learn as much as I could about it, so that way I can assimilate and I wouldn't have to worry about them, like a broken language barrier. I wouldn't have to worry about, you know, oh, I need to figure out how to translate this to English because I don't know Spanish. Anywhere in the world, I would learn the language.
Hablar entre ellos en su idioma, sentirse entre ellos y despreciar inclusive el lugar en donde viven.
Hacen este parque como si fuera una playa privada.
A private beach.
O sea, vienen y se broncean como, hola, ¿es un parque? De que...
What did I say? They come what?
Como si fuera una playa privada, o sea, vienen...
I mean, they come bronze themselves up like, hello, it's a park.
Y se broncean como, hola, ¿es un parque? De que, y ahorita que se vienen a asomar, pienso como, literalmente, ni siquiera se esfuerzan por entender lo que está pasando, ¿no?
¿Sabes qué está pasando aquí?
No.
¿No? ¿No sabes qué está pasando? You speak English? Spanish?
English, yes.
Spanish nada?
Nada.
Poquito?
Sí.
What's up, everybody? Just want to take a quick break and tell you guys about a service that helps us stay connected no matter
See, that person learned as little Spanish as they could.
what country that we're in, helping us bring you on-the-ground international coverage of events like the gentrification protests in Mexico City. It's an eSIM app that allows you to score an easy-to-use virtual SIM card with a single download, no matter where you're headed or where you're at. On a real tip, you guys, I honestly wish I'd known about photos or videos. After that, I bought a sketchy SIM card, and I came home to a easy to use. Thankfully, it works on both Guardian and phone bill from T-Mobile, taxing you big on data charges. What are you waiting for? It's
On one side, some Americans believe in multiculturalism and inviting foreigners over, but when they go to foreign countries to live, they get the go home treatment. It's not the same situation. They actually talked about this earlier in the video, that if you look at it from the situation that's happening in America compared to the situation that's happening in Mexico, it's not the same thing. They talked about it here. We'll go back a little bit and then we'll jump back into the part of the video.
Únicas personas que tienen el poder adquisitivo para obtener estos espacios.
Because if you look at it from just the signs and like the whole stance that they're taking, I can totally see where people think it's coming off.
In the wake of these protests, they were called ironic by mostly conservative commentators in the US who feel that Mexico's critique of our so-called inhumane border policy toward their migrants was clearly at stark odds with how they act when Americans show up.
So wait, these agitators are sick of foreigners coming, taking advantage of their system, and refusing to assimilate? The irony levels are off the charts.
This narrative would paint Mexicans as an entitled, protected class, incapable of taking in what they dish out. And to be fair, this would make sense if you thought this was some kind of close-the-border protest, but it's not. To clarify, the protests in Mexico City are about upper-income people, mostly from the US, arriving in droves to live like kings in a significantly poorer place. Not impoverished people from around the world risking life and limb to work below minimum wage in a significantly richer place.
Right. Completely opposite stance, right? So what the whole situation in Mexico is they're mad that rich or they're mad about people coming to lower income areas with a lot of money and huge groups to use their money to basically become a parasite and suck those lower income areas dry, whereas it's kind of the opposite, where it's impoverished people or poor people who are coming to America to work for minimum wage or under minimum wage to get away from being in poverty in their country. That's what they're mad about, because now the average people in Mexico can't afford. It's over half of them can't afford their mortgage and rent now. Whereas the people who came to America illegally were able to work their ass off to afford mortgage and or afford their rent, and no complaining ever happened, at least to the news side of things. This is also not a big corporate news place either. This is like a small a team ran channel. So I mean, it like I said, if you just look at it based on the signs and what they're doing, I can see how people look at it and they compare it to what's happening in America. Whereas, like, I don't agree with what is going on in America, because if you look at it, California gives 16, I think it's either million or billion. They give 16 million. I'm going to say million. You guys can fact check me and tell me if I'm wrong. That's $16 million to undocumented citizens in just Medicare aid. That's just California. That's not the rest of the countries, right? I don't agree with that, because that's coming out of my tax dollars. That's causing my taxes to increase, and that's causing more strife on me when it's already hard to live in this country, working very minimally. It does seem like people migrating to different countries where they're not wanted. Yeah, it does look that way, right? But if we look at the statistics, because like I shared this video in the Discord, Pluton, if you would like to like watch it for yourself, so that way you can get the full story, because you might not have seen the full video from the start when we started talking about it as well. So I can understand, you know, your points, because I totally get your points, right? Because when I first watched this, I was like, oh, it's ironic. And then I once I delved deeper into the video and I started looking at what's going on and all that stuff, then I was like, oh shit, it's a completely different situation. But it's comparative to how we have people over here buying, like Rain said earlier, buying the single family homes because they're cheap to renovate, they're easy to get a hold of, and you can up the rent so easy. Another big welfare on to immigrants. Yeah, I have no idea about any other states, really. The only one I know is of California, because I've seen the numbers for that. And I only, like, based on my own personal experiences, like when I worked construction for a contracting company, there was a lot more of the, like, I made about $20 an hour under the table working contracting, to where I had some coworkers who I could not really communicate well with that made way less than I did and did way shittier jobs than I did. And I just, I saw that happening. Right? I saw how that worked. I saw the kind of shadier side of how that works, especially in contracting. Like any other, as far as any other like business is concerned, I don't know how it works with them when it comes to like undocumented immigrants. Right? Because I talked about this in one point of the news, whereas like, imagine you're 6 months old, your parents come to America illegally, which means you weren't born here, so you're technically illegal as well. And then when you go to get a driver's license at the age of 18, they ask you for a social security card and you don't know what that is. And you can't provide one, therefore you get deported. How would that make you feel, right? Because that situation, if I was in that situation, I would feel tons of emotions. I would be pissed off. I would be sad. I would feel all kinds of emotions because now I have to deal with something my parents did. I have to deal with that, even though the whole time growing up, I thought that I lived in this country now. This is where I live. We live here now. We're citizens. That's my scope of it. And then all of a sudden at the age of 18, bam, you're gone. That'd be fucking shitty. I'd probably stop talking to my parents. That's for sure. Because that would make me mad. Wouldn't it be like that in any country? I genuinely don't know how it works in any country if you go there illegally. I genuinely don't know. Like, I don't know what would happen if I went to Mexico illegally. I probably would get sent back. Same with Canada. Same with England. I don't know. I can only guess. I genuinely just don't know that answer. Unless I experience it, or unless someone knows someone that's experienced it. Because I have no clue how that works. Some of them jail you as it's a major crime. Yeah, see, that would be even shittier. What if I went to Tijuana and they're like, are you here legally? And I'd be like, look, a pigeon. And I'd try and run. That'd be my best thing. I wouldn't know. I'd have no idea. If I got thrown in jail, I'd be mad. Some kill you for, yeah. Some probably would want to pour lava on me in Minecraft if I came there illegally.
Channel 5 when you check out. Stay connected and stay safe. All right, now back to the streets of Mexico City.
Pues todo está entrelazado, ¿no? Al final de cuentas, la gentrificación solo es un paso más a la conquista. Y pues lo podemos ver porque ya ha pasado en otros lugares, como por ejemplo la India,
In other places like
Medio Oriente, que de repente se
where
volvieron
they suddenly become tourist areas, now they're being bombarded.
zonas turísticas y ahora ya los bombardean. Y pues al final de cuentas es por recursos. Y nuestro país está lleno de ellos. El agua se le están acabando, es para empresas. La presa que nos abastece a todo nuestro país no está ni a la mitad. Y seguimos aquí
Construction's not even halfway done, and we're
peleando
still
y exigiendo
here,
y no nos
fighting and demanding, and they
hacen caso.
Como yo resido por ahí cerca del Estadio Azteca, pues nos estamos quedando sin agua.
Aztec Stadium, we are running out of water because
Porque
they
ya
are
están haciendo una
already
construcción cerca
under construction, building something near Aztec
del Estadio
Stadium.
Azteca, en donde van a ver como un hotel para
They're going to build
estos
some kind of
extranjeros.
hotel
Racing
for all the
against
foreigners.
time to be ready for the
That's
2026
wild.
FIFA World Cup, an extremely tight timeline for a project of this magnitude.
La gentrificación prácticamente es algo que a los pueblos nos disgusta desde...
All right, this guy just reminds me of what I looked like when I was like 16. Except I had a double mohawk.
Porque
I was cooler.
prácticamente estás vendiendo nuestro propio país a extranjeros y gente que
I didn't do that shitty single mohawk shit. I had 2 mohawks.
prácticamente no te dan nada, no apoya nada ahora sí que la economía del país. Todo nuestro dinero de la gente trabajadora
all of that and all of the tax revenue generated by working people practically goes into restoring
se va
those foreigner
prácticamente
zones.
en restaurar zonas para la gente de ahí.
Simplemente acabo de vivir un pedo de que el edificio en donde vivo me corrieron porque lo van a hacer Airbnb. Entonces me tuve que ir hasta las putas afueras de la ciudad.
Por calles de la capital mexicana se han expandido, expulsando a su paso a miles de vecinos. Se trata del modelo de estancias cortas, tal como el que maneja la plataforma Airbnb, que además de desterrar a pobladores con...
See, I think that shit needs to be regulated anyway, all over the world, to be honest with you. The Airbnb stuff needs to be regulated all over the world. It doesn't matter. I don't care who's owning what where. That needs to be regulated. Because you see people, like, this is a prime example where, like, rich Americans are going there, they're buying up all the small houses or small apartments or even, like, apartment buildings and are turning them into Airbnbs to make a quick buck. But, like, where else is this happening, right? That's my question. Is this happening in other countries that are cheaper? Is this happening in tons of other places? Where is this happening, right? Kind of turned into trafficking hubs. It just seems weird that all of this is happening like that. I wish people would really, like, think about that.
zonas, continúa creciendo sin ninguna regulación.
Ustedes ven, todos los puntos rojos son los Airbnb. Esto que ven aquí es el Parque México.
Holy shit, that's a lot of red dots. I wouldn't be surprised if it's happening in Japan, given the cheap houses they're selling. I actually saw someone talking about the Akis over there, and like how wildly inefficient it is to buy one, because when you buy one, those houses, I guess, were quote unquote meant to feel the seasons, and the electric in that is so outdated that you basically have to tear it down to the studs and rebuild that entire thing. You might get a house for $1,000 after taxes, but you're going to be paying like tens of hundreds of thousands to renovate. They sell houses for cheap in Japan because they have empty houses due to population decline. Yes, they do, but they're so old and outdated that it would cost so much money to update and bring them up. Some countries out here have outlawed Airbnb now. Really? I did not know that.
Este es el Parque España. Y esta es la Roma Sur. Este es el...
All those fucking dots on the map are Airbnbs. That's fucking insane to me, dude. That's so crazy. That's so many. That's so goddamn many. Yeah, there are tons of abandoned traditional houses in the Japanese countryside. Tons of them. So many of them. So many to the point where I wish I could buy one and afford to renovate it to give it up to living standard. Some of them don't even have plumbing. Like, some of them still have a hole you squat over. That's the craziest part.
Familiar Juárez. Y como pueden ver, toda nuestra área es la concentración de los Airbnb. Aproximadamente más del 50% de los Airbnb de la ciudad es...
Traditional houses are designed to breathe with the weather, so they are not good with modern heat or cooler controls. Yeah, oh yeah. I think the way that the video I watched on it explained it is quote unquote feel the seasons. You're meant to feel the seasons. So they're super fucking hot in the summertime and they're freezing fucking cold in the wintertime, and there's no in-betweensies. Like, that's why they have those the tables that have heaters on them and stuff like that. So yeah, those, and the electric on them is really bad. I like to feel AC and the furnace depending on the season.
Están en esta área.
Lo que comenzara como una oportunidad para negocio familiar se ha convertido en monopolio de unos cuantos, y tan solo en los últimos 2 años la capital pasó
I think all monopolies should be illegal all over the
de
world.
tener 24,000
Houses open up so in the summer you can get the wind breeze to help you cool off. Yeah, that's what I meant by feel the seasons. You're meant to feel the seasons. You feel everything about it. You feel the air, you feel the hot, you feel the cold, you feel the air, you feel the hot, you feel the cold, you feel the air. You feel me? But Monopoly is a fun game. Yeah, I'm really good at the game. I'm actually not allowed to play it with my friend because one of my friends and we always make like actual business deals in the game, and they were like, every time we tried to trade with you, you guys don't want it. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's got to benefit both parties. We're talking about the living crisis in Mexico right now. How a bunch of North Americans with their California paychecks are moving down there in the very, very cheap side of town, buying up tons of houses, building a bunch of Airbnbs, jacking up rent prices, and causing over half of the Mexican people to not be able to pay their mortgages or afford rent.
1,224 espacios de corta estancia a 25,501 espacios, entre departamentos completos, habitaciones privadas, cuartos de hotel.
Ahorita hay complejos de Airbnb cerquita de Hipódromo y Condesa.
Yeah, those places that this person mentioned, those are like the cheapest side of Mexico City and like one of the hip neighborhoods, and now it's so expensive people can't live there, and they've switched all their signs to English signs.
Que los expulsa la inmobiliaria por los precios y les llegan al costo y se tienen que retirar porque una renta de 65,000 pesos es imposible para un mexa promedio, ¿no?
$6,500 rent is impossible for working class Mexicans.
Digamos, europeos o cualquier persona que sí pueda justificar el precio más allá de los dólares, digamos unos 10,000 pesos para arriba, pues nos desplaza a las personas que sí lo necesitamos y queremos salir adelante en México.
El Airbnb, este viaje es muy barato.
You don't think Airbnb is a problem? Just don't rent them. They lose all their money and get cheap houses back on the market. I don't know if that's how it would work. Because Airbnb is a website, right? So you can get you can have a short-term rent. You can have a short-term renter come down there for a month. Right? Airbnb is meant to be like short-term rentals. So you could still be making money off those short-term rentals and make a profit, especially when you're in a cheap-ass side of Mexico City. Just put fake rents with bad credit cards. No one gets money.
Barato, 15,000 o 5,000 pesos, entonces es barato por estadounidenses.
Se elevaron las rentas en estos lugares, conlleva una onda expansiva que todo se encarece. Tomar un refresco aquí. No.
I mean, just because rent has gone up, you also have to think that the price of everything has gone up. You know, so the price of a soda pop, like this guy is saying, has gone up. Like they said, it causes a ripple effect. It's not just the rent costs, it's the cost of rent. So now it's the cost of rent, which means now the cost of gas. Now the cost of gas has gone up, which has caused people that have to move outside of the area that they have to work. Now they have to drive 2+ hours to work, and now they have to pay for more gas. Now when they want to get a soft drink with their work for their lunch, then their soft drink prices has gone up. It keeps going and going and going. We've been experiencing this in America for a long time, and COVID should have opened everyone's eyes up to that.
No,
But I don't think it really did.
Allá en Álvaro Obregón, ¿no? Todo es muy caro.
But it's all just gentrification. That's the point they're making. That is the point they're making. Is people who make a California paycheck are moving to these areas. When people move to those areas, because they talked about it earlier, where people left California, started moving to Arizona, Texas, all these places, which jacked up the price of everything in America, and nobody bats an eye. Nobody said a thing. They just thought, oh, that's America, that's what happens. But now it's happening in Mexico, where the economy is much different. Right? 5,000 pesos is like what they said, $300 and some dollars. That's so easy for someone who's making a California paycheck to pay. So easy. Not easy compared to an average Mexican who's making $760 a month.
Por acá.
Gente está siendo
Whereas Americans make about $4,000 a month.
despojada de su hogar, de donde ha vivido toda su vida, nuestra comida, nuestra cultura, estamos cediendo nuestras viviendas.
Entonces, ¿quién es el culpable? El que paga la renta que le están cobrando una
cantidad estratosférica o el que está cobrando?
Pues puede haber muchos culpables, ¿no?
No es que nada más hay uno. Hay muchos que culpan a los americanos por la situación de housing de las casas o de los departamentos. Este problema no son los extranjeros. El problema es el gobierno que no tiene leyes, que nada está regulado. Y muchas de las veces, claro, vienen y pagan más, pero ellos no son los culpables.
¿Cuál es la solución real que tú verías?
Ok, pues mira, no quiero sonar extremista y decir que los corran a todos, porque creo que al final no sería una solución y sería algo muy neonazi de mi parte, pero creo que empezar por una regulación a estos hijos de la chingada estaría muy bien, por pedir papeles, por pedir impuestos, ver así como ellos en otros países, o simplemente ya generalizando Estados Unidos, pero también otros países, nos piden visa, nos piden pasaporte, nos piden antecedentes.
Of course the government hasn't regulated it or done anything about it. They love the money that's coming in.
Nos piden todos también hacer lo mismo.
Que los propietarios
low-income housing, Section 9, whatever the government can do to stabilize the prices. I don't think the government in Mexico cares to do that, though. I think they see all these people coming in, they're like, cash cows, let's go, milk it until it's dry. Let's stop beating this dead horse when it stops spitting out money. But now they have a problem, is their entire people are standing up and I don't know if you guys know anything about Mexico when they riot, but they don't stop until the government makes changes.
O sea, los que retan que estuvieran sujetos a una cláusula o algo así que dieran la preferencia al mexicano a un precio pues normal.
I don't know why homie has a helmet on.
Establecido.
Until the cartel gets involved. I don't even know if the cartel cares at this point. They own the government too.
No cosas de disparates de miles de pesos.
Many protesters find it important to note that gringos are definitely still welcome in some capacity if they do it the right way.
Eres bienvenido mientras respetes el lugar y lo dejes mejor. Un yankee que es, no sé, que trabaja a distancia y eso no tiene nada que ver con el gobierno. O sea, ve ese cabrón que está ahí pintando allá arriba, no se está perjudicando el lugar y te apuesto que ni siquiera es de la zona. O sea, la verdad, esas son mamadas, güey. Son mamadas. Y nada más aprovechan para infiltrarse y para hacer cosas que ni al caso, güey. Ni al caso. Te apuesto que ese güey ni siquiera vive aquí. Lo más probable es que sea del Estado de México, porque ni de la Ciudad de México ha de ser el cabrón. La verdad.
Soy de Edomex. Soy de Edomex, jefe.
Bueno, pues tú sí te comportas re.
¡El que lo brinques, gringo!
La gente de allá, porque están allá todos, viene principalmente aquí a joder a todo, al mexicano, a sentirse, porque ellos saben cómo se maneja aquí. Y dice, pues, tu país está bien culero, me voy a ir y voy a ver.
Just gonna go and just fuck around and fuck you over. Wow. Maybe the cartel helped make this happen instead. I genuinely don't know.
Nada más voy a andar para joderte a ti.
Lo que queremos hacer con esta marcha es hacer quedar en claro que a nuestra ciudadanía, a nuestro pueblo, no les simpatiza que se lucre con nuestra soberanía, que se lucre directamente con lo que es nuestra tierra, nuestra casa, nuestro pueblo, nuestro barrio, nuestra cultura misma. Es venir a incomodar a los gringos a su propia casa. No sé ustedes, pero a mí me emputa de sobremanera todos los días que yo estoy caminando por algún lugar del centro y escucho gringos atrás de mí. Hay que reclamar cosas primero como el congelamiento de las rentas.
Rent freeze. See, that would be a good idea. Rent freeze.
Reclamar.
That would be a good way to control the rent, is just freeze it.
Que los inmuebles ociosos sean expropiados. Que todos los inmuebles de más de 6 meses sin uso se conviertan en bien público de la nación. Necesitamos hacer
make it illegal for digital foreigners. I don't know if they need to go that far, but I mean that's on them as a country, right? I can't really say anything as an American because we're so massively what's the word I'm looking for? Like we're one big melting pot. We aren't like our founding fathers weren't true Americans. We weren't at all true Americans. We came here getting away from the religious persecution from Great Britain. That's why we left. we're a massive melting pot. And like, even like, I can't really say anything because my family immigrated here after World War II from Germany. So I can't say anything. But there is a right way to do things. You know, we talked about this with Mourn in chat last time. Because Mourn is actually working on coming to America to be with their fiance, and they're doing it the right way. And it's very expensive. It's very expensive to come here. And I don't like the fact that tax dollars are being used in a certain way for illegal immigrants. I don't like that. If they were to come here the right way and assimilate the right way, I mean, the worst part is like American people voted for that as a president. That was his main topic that he ran on, and that's what he pushed, and that's why swing states turned red. That's what happened. And now people are upset that it's happening, even though there was you had a free ride. They offered a free ride before all the ICE stuff happened. You got offered $1,000, a free ride, no jail time, and that was that. You could have had a free $1,000 and just said, fuck it, I'm not dealing with it. And that was the end of it. But no one seemed to wanted to do that. So they just stayed, and now all this stuff happened in California, which I will have to disagree with anyone that says that was peaceful protesting. It was not peaceful protesting. They were breaking the California laws by blocking the highway. They were catching cars on fire. They were throwing bricks through windows. That's not peaceful protesting. I would say the same thing about Mexico. That they're not peacefully protesting. They're breaking windows of the establishments that have American or English signs on them, telling the gringos to go home. That's not peaceful protesting. That's not how you do that. So, I mean, I'll stand on that till I die. That's another thing. Is like, why are these people not paying taxes? Pay the taxes. Do it the right way. Like I said earlier, if I was moving to a new country, I would do the best. I would learn the language. I would learn everything that I need to know, and I would do it the right way. And I would make sure that I'm paying my taxes as well for there. Like, it's not that hard to do that.
Tenemos que hacer que este país vuelva a ser nuestro.
Something you want.
Anyone or thing that gets hurt in a protest is not peaceful. Absolutely. And it's like illegal to block the highway in California.
Want to say about gentrification?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the cheaps, I think it's really insensitive of Americans or anybody who would come here and say that and then, like, while displacing locals.
Favorite tacos?
El pastor.
Canal 5 en vivo en todo el mundo, Hollywood.
Maldita autoridad, Canal 5 Noticias.
Canal 5, no, mierda con cobardes.
Wow.
Y 5 es el mejor número.
Próxima pregunta.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed that video. I have some fantastic news for y'all related to our Latin American coverage. So you know how I said you're watching Canal 5 Latinoamerica? I wasn't just saying that to be kitschy or quirky or whatever. We actually have a new show available right now, filmed in all Spanish across the border in Mexico, and it's called Canal 5 Latinoamerica. It has its own original content on it, filmed all in Spanish with me and a few other correspondents, and it's available right now. So if you're watching this right now, do me a favor. Just type in Canal 5 or click the link in the description or the pinned comment and you'll see like a globe. Looks like the Channel 5 logo, but instead of blue in the background, it's green for Mexico. And you're gonna see we just filmed a new video specifically about the recent ban placed on corridos, which is a type of music down there that's a bit controversial because it's like historically tied to different cartels and narco-trafficking organizations and cultures. Here's a preview of that.
Hacemos una reportista a huevo sobre la prohibición de los corridos.
La prohibición de los narcocorridos.
Yo opino que tenemos que fomentar la libertad de expresión. Yo soy productor de electrocorridos y de corridos
Así que, y juego GTA, juego Call of Duty, juego Fortnite, se usan fuscas, no por eso me voy a poner a matar gente, pues.
La verdad me gusta mucho Luis R. Conríquez. Pues vine aquí a escuchar lo que traigo en la sangre, los corridos, el norteño.
Pues están chidos, puro belicona, huevo.
A huevo, ¿de dónde eres? Yo soy de Tijuana.
Yo soy de Sinaloa, aparte, pues.
Toda la vida he tenido corridos, pero no han sido corridos de meterse un cuerno y le moché la cabeza, cabrón. No, han sido corridos de caballos, de carreras de caballos.
Los corridos son ya parte de México. Creo que la prohibición no es la opción.
Yeah, so it's pretty fun. It's a new project that I'm excited about, and you know, we're kind of building a new infrastructure down there, trying to spread the mission worldwide. So if you guys want to give us a follow, that would mean a lot.
Sick.
Hope you guys
Good
are
on
having a
you
good
guys.
day. Peace.
Keep getting that bag. All right, let's switch gears. We're still going to cover the world news. This is pretty hilarious to me. Okay, you're loud. You're loud. Why are you so loud, Twitter? Every time. Jesus Christ. So in the UK, we know that there has been age restrictions that's imposed on the internet, and we're about to experience that in America ourselves. People in the UK appear to be using Gary's Mod to get past newly imposed age restrictions. Earlier this week, users also had success using Norman Reedus, using Norman's face from Death Stranding, and I find this hilarious. This is so funny. We've determined, it said at the top there that we determined you're in the adult age group. They fucking use a character from a video game. Are you kidding me? So, yes, very secure. Very secure. Good job. Good job. This person at Grok, do you think the UK restriction will help kids? Let's see did Grok reply? No, the UK's Online Safety Act age restrictions won't effectively prevent children. They're easily bypassed via game mods like Gary's Mods and Death Stranding, as reported by Forbes and The Verge. This gives a false sense of security. Education and parental tools are more reliable. Grok, an AI created by Elon Musk, literally said, stop being shitty parents. Use the parental tools and education at your fingertips, you idiots. Literally said that. It basically just said, stop being bad parents and use the parental tools that are reliable. Literally said that this won't work. Now, if they enforce this in America, the same shit's gonna happen. The same goddamn thing's gonna happen. And my wife and I talked about this as well. Is like, this is not going to protect. Yeah, this is not going to protect kids. Like, I'm tired of internet Karens trying to censor me and say what I can and can't do on the internet. Suck it. It's the internet. You clearly haven't been on the internet. And when you are on the internet, you get so offended by things. And that's on you. Like, your triggers aren't my problem. Those are your triggers, not mine. I have my own triggers and I went to therapy to work on those. So, like, what? What are you doing? The worst part is this was started by 1,000 Australian feminists. That's what started all this. If anyone read my long post, I fully believe the internet is and always has been for adults. There are some small sections just for kids, but everything else is not for kids. Yes. Yes, I agree. The internet has been for adults. That's why the parental tools were created such a long time ago when the internet was created. They were even the kids' websites fucking said on them, please have your parents' permission to be on this website. There's similar oh, trust me, we're getting to it. That's the next one that we're going to get to. We're going to talk about that too. We're going to talk about that real fast. Don't worry, we're going to get there. But I just think it's funny that this person added Grok, and Grok basically said, no, it won't work. So if it's not going to work in the UK, what the fuck makes you think it's going to work in the US? Please explain that to me. What makes you think that this is going to work in America if the UK is already doing this shit? What makes you think that? What makes you think that it will work in America? Now, we didn't talk about it last time. We didn't have enough time, and I got a little bit too tired afterwards, but we're going to talk about the censorship stuff now. I also have a couple other things. We're going to move this forward because I want to talk about that because it's funny. Yeah, they block VPNs. They're also talking about doing that in America too. It's gross.
Guys, Riff here. So today's topic is a good extension.
What YouTube? What's your problem tonight?
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today's topic is a good extension of what we discussed in yesterday's video. For a lot of you guys, especially if you live in certain parts of the world, things might be feeling extra dystopian lately. There's been a lot of changes with censorship and new bills being passed that require age verification and government IDs in order to access certain websites and services. And unfortunately, it looks like YouTube is trying to get ahead of this, and they have
I hate it so much. VPNs are first and foremost for privacy protection. That was their intended purpose. There were posts claiming VPNs kill kids, which is nuts. What? Because this legislation is driving kids to the dark web, meaning the legislation is doing more damage than good. Wait, hold on. I can't fathom that. Wait. People are saying that VPNs are harming children. What? No way. No way. You're memeing. You're memeing on me. You're joking with me, right? You're not being serious. Please tell me you're not being serious. This is where you go, ha 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 ha, funny joke, and then I do this, and I do that, and I push that button, and then we laugh about it. Actual British MPs said it. Oh, okay, that's great. British military police said it. That's stupid. Idiots. The whole lot of them. How do we get to this point? People are fucking crazy. It all literally started because feminists in Australia started this whole project, and it went worldwide. Like I said this before on a stream, we're literally living in the movie Idiocracy right now. Everyone's already wearing Crocs. Everyone's drinking Prime or Gatorade or some other dumb shit that's not that good for your body. We're fucking eventually going to be putting it on plants because it's got what plants need. It's got electrolytes. Our president's going to be a fucking wrestler that has the world heavyweight championship belt eventually. That's the whole thing. That's it. This was planned for years. I don't think so. I don't think it was planned for that long. I really doubt that. I'm not gonna give government officials that much credit. I actually can't do that. Like, they're so stupid. I can't give them that much credit.
Ad break in 1 minute. Want to watch it?
Damn it.
Subscribe to ArtMage_Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
It's like watching TV around here. Tell you what. I'll tell you what. We're not going to get very far in the video. Governments across the world have been trying to censor the internet since 2010 at the latest. Yeah. And it didn't happen until recently. Just because they've been trying to do it and failed, they needed a reason to do it. There was a reason it failed, which means the people didn't want it to happen until recently. And we're going to get into them getting backing from payment processors. They got backing from Visa and MasterCard. They got their corporate backing that they needed and the reasoning to do it. It's been a long time effort to keep trying and trying to make it happen. The battle will never end if we win this time. It's a war. You got to win battles. You got to keep winning back. If it took them 15 years
180
to get this far,
ad break starting.
Fuck you,
Thank
ads.
you for sticking
We'll be right
around
back.
and supporting the channel.
Eat the meat. Don't threaten me with a good time. I felt... No! God! Oh my God. I about shit my pants. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo. I'm behind a locked door, but goddamn, be careful. That floor will give out.
It's funny when it happens to someone else.
Yeah, is it? Is it? Is it funny when it happens to someone else?
I'm so
Blame Rain. Rain's not even here. Rain's asleep. What are you talking about? Oh my goodness. I'm excited. I can't wait then. Right, Mr. Fishy? We're so excited. We can't wait. We can't wait. It's exciting. Look happy. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought the fish would be a little more happy about it.
They do not smell like onions.
They do, yeah. They make me want to make stew. I want to make stew out of your feet.
You're
No one heard that.
gross.
You guys didn't hear that. Erase that from your mouth. Oh my gosh, holy zombies coming after me. Oh, let's take our 4 stacks of wheat and get the heck out of here. Holy zombies. There's so many of them. So many of them. Look at all of them just scattering. They're all just a scattering. Fresh, never frozen, Wendy's tilapia from the raft. Look how happy they are. See, look, they're so happy they changed color and they have grill marks on them. Look at how happy they are now. They're so happy. Gloop, 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 gloop. Mwah. Get out of the trash. I can hear you getting in the trash.
Well, guess what I got a Joja Cola out of it.
You.
Slurp. I have plus 13 energy. Do you?
I mean, I could eat this melon.
But you're gonna deliver it to someone, aren't you?
Well, if I can find here.
I hate it here.
No, 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 no.
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
Can't drill you.
It's decided to start a hunt.
It started from the garage. Ooh, we got fast. I got fast real fast. Jaden.
Maybe it's the freezing or could be a revenant.
It would have been real fast when it saw you, though. It's not a wraith.
The really constant has to come out. Has to be Jin, twins, or right. It killed me. It found me.
Used your smudge and came back for you. I think it got all of us.
180-second ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Hello, gamers.
Boom.
I can hit you.
So this person, Kane. I'm a corporate accountant IRL. You do not misspend $11 million, and you do not mistake charitable/talent earned gains as company funds. This is textbook embezzlement. He should be in cuffs. So we even have someone who does corporate accounting in real life as their job weighing in on the Vtuber situation and literally saying that this is textbook embezzlement.
You don't have to give them anything expensive. They won't know the difference anyways. But this is something small that you can do that will make their day. And this has to do with the whole moniker that people say every month or every time Men's Health Awareness Month comes up, where there's a sad fact that most men will never receive flowers until the day of their funeral.
I just fucking said that. I haven't watched this video. Do it. They will literally remember it forever.
I think that's a very sad fact and something that can be a really nice gesture to do during this month. Okay, so now that we got that and all the fluff out of the way.
Anything.
I had a mouthful of breast meat. Is that better?
No. Because you still didn't specify if it was a man breast or a woman's breast. You don't know if that chicken was a cock or a chicken.
It's poultry. Don't matter to me.
A cock or a hen?
Huh.
Yeah, that one.
Is that the word you were looking?
What? You are. And maybe Omega, but we won't bring up Omega. Omega stays in the box. Got it, chat? You guys understand? Omega stays in the box. Ow. Well, already the throws have begun. I see.
Can't drill you. Easy fine. Let's go. He's caffeinated. Look out. All right, we're back. Where were we? Governments across the world have been trying to censor the internet since 2010. All I have to say is, who was president in 2010? I'll wait. I'll wait, chat. I'll let you Google it if you don't know. I'll wait. Okay. We'll play the theme song. Please answer in the form of a question. Welcome in, Atlas. How we doing? The answer was, what is President Obama? I'm sorry, all of you lose $10 million. I will accept those in the form of pesos, gifted subs. Don't correct me, it's my game show. I'll say what I want. I say what I want. I don't have to say who is, what is. He's also an object. He's an object. He's an object. An object takes up space. A person takes up space, therefore person is also object. This is my game show. I'm Alex Trebek. If you don't like it, then move to Mexico with your remote job and be a part of their problem. But my point stands with that right there. If that's the initiative, if that's the person who... See, persons can also be a waste of space. Point proven. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Anyway, if it started in 2010, we'll use that person as an example of why it started. And I don't even have to say the party that they were a part of. So there's that. That just shows what's going on. And they had a legitimate reason now, because now they have backing from Visa and MasterCard to back their censorship. Because they lobby the politicians. Welcome to America. It sucks.
Introduce their own AI-powered system that is going to determine in the United States whether or not you are an adult user or not. And whether or not you pass that, it'll determine if you have to give over your credit card or your government ID to access.
See, why do we have to give over our credit card if our credit card means shit? Because we can't buy games or anything on fucking Steam anymore.
Certain privileges on the website. This is a pretty concerning thing, and YouTube's been passing a lot of pretty radical policies recently.
Alice, I wouldn't say that here because my mods probably would time you out or ban you. Be careful. People get banned in chats for saying silly things like that all the time. Be very careful.
Some good, some bad. In fact, yesterday they had a...
See? Link just portrayed it there.
Good one.
Why do we have to show ID if we use a credit card? Because kids can't have credit cards. Parents give kids credit cards. Parents give kids credit cards. I literally, in high school, I literally knew someone who gave their kid an emergency credit card in case they got in a situation where they needed to use it. I went to high school with many people like that.
Where they introduced a new change to a long-standing policy
Themis, welcome
where
in.
they used to automatically demonetize you if you cursed in the first 7 seconds.
I hope this gets enabled soon, because that's why I wait 11 minutes before starting my stream on the red team, so that way I can say fuck all I want
of a video,
even though I'm not monetized.
It was just, that's just the way it was. Automatic demonetization. They got rid of that. Now, for the YouTubers watching this, I want you to take a second and carefully read this section. This does not mean you can endlessly curse throughout the video. It just means you won't be automatically demonetized if you curse in the first 7 seconds. If you curse in the first 7 seconds or throughout the video, you still might get demonetized. So it's not like you have carte blanche to say whatever you want. But at least they got rid of the
That's why I don't say it all the time.
Automatic demonetization. Now, there's another change that's pretty radical in my eyes that I've talked about in previous videos. I'm going to talk about
for
today.
Casual and regular viewers in an audience tab in analytics gets deeper insights to learn more about your audience and find out what content is driving more engaged viewers. Learn more about these metrics at this website. Blah, 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 blah. All right, guys. So if you want to count as a viewer on YouTube videos now, you have to actually watch the video to the end, like and comment. That counts you as a engaged viewer. Okay, so if you want to support your favorite content creators on the red team, you have to like, comment, and watch the video to the end. If you just watch the video to the end, you are not supporting them. It does not count as a view anymore. I blame the K-pop fans that abuse the algorithm to the point where they would get their favorite K-pop artists millions of views in like 24 hours.
And I'm going to talk about it in the future because it's pretty impactful. They have changed how views are counted on the system. So you have to be what's called an engaged viewer. Someone who likes, subscribes, or comments on a video. That's what makes you an engaged viewer, and it makes your view actually count.
Which
if
is
you're someone who just
crazy
watches
now.
even the entirety of the video without doing those things, your view might not count.
So now it's just not making an engaging thumbnail and getting people to click and watch the video. You have to actually like or subscribe, comment, and watch the video to the end.
Becoming an engaged viewer helps increase how this...
Ame-chan, I went to school with a kid who had a beard in the 5th grade.
Video in particular is treated in the algorithm, and I recommend you doing this for my videos and also all the other content creators you enjoy, because I can speak from my own experience. This sort of thing does help the video in the algorithm. It does make it.
Yeah, it really does. So if you guys could hop over to the red team, if you do !YT or !YT VODs, and you go over to those channels, you subscribe, you like, you comment, you do all the good stuff over there on the old hero YT pages. Yeah, I'd greatly appreciate it. Right? I'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate all of that. Very much so. If you guys could do that. Anyone? Anyone? Yeah. That's the shorts. And if you put VODs after that, you can go to the VODs channel, and you could also go. So get a just one word. All one word. And then you go to that one, and you do the things, and you like and subscribe and jingle the bell, and you know when all the good stuff happens.
Difference, and that's just the reality of the system.
If I wasn't intimidated by DaVinci Resolve, I would probably make videos similar to what Rev does.
We are in right now. But here is the major change we're talking about in today's video. So as you can see, YouTube is rolling out AI in the United States to detect if users are actually under 18.
Yay, I get to use Gary's mod to make sure that I can watch YouTube videos.
It ignores the stated age and applies restrictions to users they suspect.
I already have a problem with this. Who is Omega Alpha? That's my bot account that I use for StreamerBot. So this bothers me as someone who is not just a Minecraft content creator and someone who watches Hermitcraft. I watch the Life series. I watch other Minecraft content creators. Does that mean that if I watch Minecraft content, they're going to assume that I'm a child? Is that what this is? Is that what this means? Because this means a whole different thing for a bunch of different creators. This means a crazy thing. Yeah, this is gonna be wild. This is gonna be a wild thing because I genuinely enjoy the Hermitcraft series, the Life series, and other Minecraft creators' content. I've been watching the Misadventures series as well. So, like, does that mean I'm gonna count as a child now? Is that what that means? Because that's what I'm assuming it means.
Facts are not 18. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, an AI-powered system that's going to determine whether or not you're going to be punished on this platform, even as a casual viewer. That is going to be...
The Sunday channel will suck then? Low-key, though. Low-key, though. Like, I want to know. I want to know. Minecraft came out when we were adults and we still watch it. Exactly. I still play the damn game. I don't understand. Like, this is such a bad thing. This is so stupid.
A gigantic mess. And I think it's very clear this is trying to get ahead of what's going on in the world, especially in the United Kingdom, given their online safety bill that is now in effect. This is essentially an age verification system that is causing a lot of issues because the scope of what it was introduced as has gone way beyond what was initially presented, and it's starting to affect pretty much every platform and service out there. But we'll talk about this in depth a little more in just a second. But this is the sort of rundown of how this new system on YouTube is going to work. They're saying we will use AI to interpret a variety of signals that help us determine whether...
YouTube will begin using AI to monitor user behavior and psychology to determine whether viewers in the US are over or under the age of 18. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen happen.
Whether a user...
I've seen a lot of dumb things happen.
...is over or under 18. These signals include the types of videos a user is searching for, the categories of videos that they have watched, or the longevity of the account. Notice there's an or, so it could be any of those three things that can be used by the AI to determine whether or not you're an adult user or not. And as you can see, if you are determined as someone who's underage, not 18, they will disable certain things on your account, including disabling personalized advertising, turning off digital well-being tools, or turning on digital well-being tools, adding safeguards for recommendations, including limiting repetitive views of some kinds of content. If the system incorrectly estimates a user to be under 18, they will have the option to verify that they are over 18 with a credit card or a government ID. This is exactly what's going on in the...
So kids can't watch stuff? There's literally... Am I stupid? But YouTube Kids exists, right? Am I dumb? You guys can tell me I'm dumb. I think there is literally YouTube Kids, which is for kids. Parents should be using YouTube Kids for kids. We went over this earlier, like the internet is not made for children. The internet is for adults. It was made for adults. if you as a parent are letting your kids on the internet, you should be monitoring them and how they use the internet. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, yes, I was a part of a single mother who worked 3 jobs as a child, and I was absolutely unmonitored on the internet, which started my love for computers, which then made me go into an electronics course when I got into high school, and to learn more about how computers work. But I also didn't get on the dark web or anything like that. YouTube wasn't even a thing when the internet was out for me as a kid. YouTube wasn't a thing. All I did on the internet was torrent movies and torrent music, and I was pirating anything I could. Movies, music, TV shows, anything. I'm a fraud watching my grands on their phone, not being monitored at all. Are you at least making sure that they don't like watch anything weird? Like that's my thing. Oh, you can't say anything, they box you out. We need to get you some lessons in like maybe a right hook. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just bantering now.
UK, if this AI determines through these 3 very vague requirements that you are not an 18.
I was unmonitored in my dad's woodworking basement and on the internet, so that is why I love tech and woodworking. That's kind of scary that it's unmonitored in a woodworking basement.
Plus user.
It's around power tools. I'm sure you learned how power tools work. You say something, the father goes irate. Oh no.
You're gonna have to hand over your credit card or government ID. Doesn't that feel a bit invasive? This is very open-ended, and again, it's powered by AI. I don't trust this whatsoever. I don't think anyone trusts this whatsoever. This could so easily be abused to require people to send over their credit card or government ID. And I'm not even getting into like content creators and how if you're a content creator and somehow your account gets flagged, what does that mean for you? Like, are you able to collect revenue? How is that going to work? It's a giant mess waiting to happen, but they are...
Yeah, this is going to screw a ton of content creators out of their jobs.
Gung-ho on this. And of course, like I said earlier, this is clearly trying to get ahead of a global trend right now. The UK is kind of the epicenter of all this with their new online safety bill and the age verification process.
I don't even have a credit card. I don't either. I don't have a credit card.
This is a disaster.
I'm assuming they mean credit or debit card.
Again, another example of a Trojan horse, where you have bills like this that present themselves as an attempt to protect children.
It's not going to protect children.
But in practice and throughout the bill, it goes way beyond that scope. And it starts surveilling adults.
So
it starts censoring what adults can view and say on the internet. And as we'll see, this has already trickled down in just a few days to services like Spotify. Spotify now will require you potentially as a UK user to give over your government ID. That's how ridiculous this is already getting.
This is gross.
Now, like I said, this
so
is a
stupid.
Trojan horse that says this is all about protecting kids. And every single person, every sane human being out there agrees that children should not have access to 18+ adult websites, obviously. But a lot of people believe this is more of a parenting issue. They should use parental controls and monitor what their kids are doing online, and that should be the main focus. It shouldn't require all these extra steps.
I don't understand. Even like when I babysit my cousin's kids, like full YouTube's not an option, bruh. You get YouTube Kids. Sorry, dog. You get Amazon Kids. I'm sorry, my guy. Like, you are not. I know what the internet has on it. I know what there's out there. I'm not gonna listen to your parents bitch at me because you watch something and then you parroted it back to them, and then they ask where you learned it, and they're like, I learned it at Hero's house. No way. Sorry, my guy. I'm taking all the bullets from the gun and ain't no one shooting me with nothing. I'm doing it. That's the thing. That's my thing. Not happening. The internet is not a babysitter. I know. And I see it all the time too. When I go outside, there's the iPad kid generation, and it freaks me out. Like, that freaks me out so much. Ever hear the song Welcome to the Internet by Burnham? Yes. I love that song. I love Bo Burnham. I love that song so much. And if you guys don't know that, copy and paste Welcome to the Internet by Bo Burnham from Giants' comment there, and go watch that music video.
Apps.
It literally tells you about the internet.
That extends the scope of bills like this to the point where now adults are being required to send in their government IDs to pretty much every website and service they visit. That goes way beyond adult websites and to just mundane, everyday services, as we will see. And
like the 18 plus stuff, when it would make you put in your birthday, it was so easy as a kid to get by that, because you just have to know, like, you would just have to know what year you had to be born in to get past to be 18 plus. Heads down, screen up posture, hunched over. Yeah, it is pretty sad.
And unfortunately, there's also a big security risk. Imagine having to send over your government ID or your biometrics to pretty much every website you're going to. Look at some of the recent data breaches, like with the T app. This was an app that was a women-only app where basically it was very mean-spirited, right?
Yeah,
they would have to give their
mean-spirited. Do you guys know what the T app was? The T app was crazy. The T app is wild. The T app basically was like a dating app where the women could literally FBI search men that they were going to date. So they would know if they had a criminal record, they would know if they had a job, they would know basically everything about the man before they went out on a date with them. And they had a data breach, and users from 4chan posted personal info they found through an exposed database.
Government ID to prove they're a woman. And the main focus of the site was to show dating profiles of men and basically determine, like, is this person a red flag or not? Are they a good choice? Obviously, really mean-spirited and invasive as well. And because the website did not have proper security, it was hacked by 4chan, and millions of IDs and personal information of.
Why don't we just put 4chan on the, like, just tell 4chan to get them. Be like, guys, get them. Breach all this shit, show them how bad it is, and then get them. I mean, if it has security or not, there's a way around the walls. Any hacker could figure that out. There's a way around it, but men will never be allowed to be created ever. Oh, men wouldn't have this kind of website. They wouldn't have a dating app like that at all.
Users were leaked to the public. It is an absolute mess. And there are many websites and apps that function just like this, and it'll be just that easy to take people's information and mean-spirited and show. Basically, it was very mean-spirited. It was an app that was a website and service mess. And there are many websites and apps that function just like this.
It will get shut down within 10 minutes. Absolutely.
To take people's information and make it available on the
Yeah, if this happens, any information will be able to be taken and just thrown out on the internet.
And also there's going to be a lot of malicious users setting up fake websites or dupes of popular websites and services to try to get people's information. This is going to be something that's going to skyrocket in the UK. Now, of course, people are aware of this, and they signed a petition. This is available through the UK government. It's not like this is a change.org petition. You can see over 400,000 signatures in only a few days. And they say, well, Parliament considers all petitions that get more than 100,000 signatures for a debate. But here was their response once it got over 100,000. The government has no plans to repeal the Online Safety Act. What's the point? Literally, what's the point? And of course, a lot of people are not happy about this entire system in the UK, so they're using VPNs because, well, you're not going to enforce this stuff on me if my VPN says I actually live in the United States, for example. Well, they're cracking down on VPNs already, just in a few days. The amount of people using VPNs skyrocketed in the UK, and now they're already trying to ban VPNs in the UK. This is a gigantic mess right now. And you can see some of the people of Parliament, like Peter Kyle here, trying to do a very desperate and shameless appeal to emotion, where they're still trying to say that if you want to overturn this act, you're on the side of predators, because they want to frame this as just protecting kids from viewing content they should not be seeing. Well, that's not how it is actually playing out. It goes way beyond that.
It does.
There is censorship of adults, censorship of dissent, censorship of different opinions, and they're calling this a danger to democracy. Many people do believe this is trying to crack down on how people think and how they live very basic lives on the internet. It goes way
and it's mass surveillance
beyond the initial scope of what this bill was presented as. And of course, they're mask off. This clip has been going around of some leadership basically admitting this isn't just about protecting kids. This is about stopping adults' free speech, and that elite squads will be responsible for monitoring and punishing free speech.
Is it just about children, or does it focus on adults? That should be an elite squad. Barry, does it just focus? Protect 13-year-old. I'm sorry, the elite squad is not about children. Actually, shall I read you the thing? An elite squad of police officers is to monitor social media for anti-migrant sentiment. I don't think 13-year-olds are engaging that. So, is it also to monitor adults? Simple question, yes or no? Yes, of course it will. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it seems so obvious at this point. They were saying this is all about just banning adult websites or keeping kids from accessing them and all that stuff.
Wikipedia's restricted.
But now you're seeing it goes way beyond that. It's something that is attacking
for things they
many
say
platforms
online.
nobody expected.
Dude.
You can see Chibi Reviews talking here about Wikipedia being restricted, YouTube being restricted, Spotify being restricted, police monitoring task forces being created. These are not exaggerations. Right now, if you're a UK user, this is what your media tabs might look like on Twitter. Everything is being censored. Even things posted by users who are not in the UK are being hit with these restrictions. In yesterday's video, we talked about collective shout. And some people, it was a bit of a confusing situation with mouthwashing. It was claimed it was banned by itch.io. Turns out it wasn't, but long story short, people talking about that and relating it to various censorship issues.
That's crazy.
We're getting these restrictions as well. People outside of the UK were even getting hit with this. It's ridiculous. Discord has had its own rash of age verification issues already. I've seen examples of people saying certain things like, oh, my friend over here is 10 years older than me. The system goes, uh-oh, you sound like you might not be an adult. And then they require that person to hand over their ID to get access to their account, when in reality they might be 30 years old, right? And now people are getting around the age verification by using Death Stranding photos. Yeah, they're using the photo mode from this game and somehow getting past it, including the authors of this article who tried it out for themselves and were successful in getting past the system. That's how stupid all this is. And also Wikipedia is at risk of being blocked and hit with this sort of age requirement. They're in a legal battle right now because apparently Wikipedia has something that is so controversial, you know, information that will require an age.
They're using AI, like you have to use a photo People are using their cameras in Gary's mod to get by the age restriction thing.
Verification for not just users, but also identity verification for contributors. And of course, censorship of harmful topics. That's what the government wants. It's shameless. It's pathetic. But of course, we're not done yet. People are now reporting that they are being required to show their government ID to Spotify.
Unless you do
you can't even listen to certain kinds of music without giving over your government ID to a service like this. It's insane. I mean, how far do you think you're going to push people with this kind of stuff? It's ridiculous. And we're not even getting into the more sinister, ridiculous stuff like the task forces that are being created to crack down on what they believe is problematic and dangerous behavior. I mean, you can see this headline. Police unit in England to monitor online signs of anti-migrant disorder.
That's crazy.
Intelligence team could track social media and flag early signs of civil unrest in response to renewed demonstrations. Yep, we're in the wrong think era. Wrong think, you're going to get arrested. That's pretty much it. Yep, you have an issue with anything going on with that, you might get a knock on your door. That's how bad things have gotten already. Now, don't worry, guys. This is just a test run, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah,
this is happening across the world, and the United States is not exempt. There is a very similar bill titled Kids Online Safety Act that is basically mirroring everything going on in the UK that they're trying to push. And there's been already a lot of backlash. So what do? They start pushing another one called the Screen Act, which is basically the same thing. They are trying very hard to introduce this stuff to the United States and across the world. And if YouTube starting to make their own age verification process and screening isn't a hint enough, stuff like this should be. They're prepping for what might be a reality in the United States as well. And we've seen the disastrous effects in the UK. And if you're seeing what's going on here, yeah, you should be disgusted and very concerned. Now, I'm going to end this video on a very light note, okay? Don't worry. Yesterday, I announced that my code REV20 is now active, meaning you get 20% off of my latest advanced GG drop.
The actual rollout will just even be more worse. It's already worse. I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it.
If you use that code,
it's already so bad that if this gets implemented in America, people are going to crash out. People are going to crash out. It's already bad.
At checkout. My new drop includes 2 new flavor jars, as well as the return of Rev's Rocket Pop with a new label featuring new arts, as well as some clothing you can pre-order as well. The code will only be active until August 1st, so 2 days from now. I just want to share this again at the end of the video, and hopefully you guys can take advantage of this. A lot of people took advantage of it over the last 24 hours since I announced it in yesterday's video, and I appreciate that
so 7 minutes
very
now,
much.
guys.
But yeah, jump on this while it's still here. I'll put a link to this in the pinned comment. And again, make sure to use code REV20 at checkout to save 20% off these new items. Thank you guys for enjoying the video today. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you next time.
Now we got to make sure that we comment. Got to like, comment, watch the video. That's crazy, dude.
Your doors and hide under your bed all you want. It won't protect you from a menace on the loose. A maniac at large that not even...
Get it together, YouTube.
Even SpongeBob could catch. Mass surveillance, control, and censorship. It's now at our doorstep here.
Does an emoji count as a comment? I don't know. I just type great video.
A place many have called home. YouTube. They've just announced they're rolling out AI in the US to detect if users are actually under 18, ignoring whatever the account's stated age is, and will apply restrictions to users it suspects are teens. And if it suspects that you are not over 18, it will restrict what you have access to, and the only way to overturn that is by providing identification. That sounds awfully familiar. Does that ring any bells to anyone out there, you know, with what's going on over in the UK at the moment?
Yeah.
I would certainly hope so. If it doesn't, go give your doctor a huge pat on the ass and tell him that the lobotomy was very successful because you have lost all fucking brain function. It's now U.S. citizens' turn to have the piss sucked from their balls here and all privacy completely thrown in the shitter.
Blowing my mind.
So, if YouTube's AI tools think that you're under 18, I hope you're ready to fork over your ID in order to continue to access certain YouTube content and features.
You guys think Japan would do this? Do you think any other countries would do this? I feel like Japan is a little more controlled with how they do things over there.
When YouTube determines a user is teen or preteen, the site will disable personalized advertising, activate digital well-being features, and put stricter content filters as well as behavioral restrictions into place. Basically, YouTube will pop its titty into your mouth and breastfeed you here because your parents aren't fucking raising you. What a joyful, pleasant future where these greasy, greedy, ghoulish corporations are now going to be LARPing as your parental figures, deciding what you can and cannot access based on their estimation of your age. Because no longer are parents even expected to be parents anymore. The internet is now that. My papa is a fucking YouTube algorithm. It tells me what I can watch, what I'm allowed to consume. It's so fucking infuriating. The only thing here that makes any level of sense is like disabling personalized ads.
Do we even have a petition in America that's going around for this yet at all? Do we have one
for kids, which is something I'm pretty sure the YouTube Kids app already does, which again, I don't even know why that app exists anymore with this effect, with this change going into effect. It's now just a redundancy.
Do we have it? Do we have a petition that says we don't fucking want to be a part of this?
If they're going to polymorph the main YouTube platform into basically catering to kids on it as well. It's fucking lunacy. It is not YouTube's responsibility to put the bumpers up in the bowling lane. The onus should be on the parents to ensure that their kids are not consuming harmful content on YouTube. It is crazy that YouTube is doing this. So they're using AI, which will assess a user's age via multiple behavioral factors, including what kind of videos the user searches for, the categories of videos they watch, and how long the account has been active per its blog post, which is very vague and also going to lead to so many accounts getting flagged as being under 18 that definitely are not. There are so many people in the Pokemon community, for example, that are adults.
Oh my god, I forgot about the Pokemon community. Dude, I'd be so pissed. I'm gonna be so mad. Karen shouldn't define the permissions of everyone in the entire world. It's my personal thoughts. I agree with those. Just gonna start using New Pipe a lot more. I don't know what that is. Bro, Pokemon, I watch Pokemon content creators on here, but I watch people do Nuzlocke challenges and shit. I'm gonna be so mad.
In fact, pretty much everybody that does Pokemon content online is like late 20s and early 30s at this point. That is
exactly
is like entirely an adult market, but it is a child's IP. Like it is an IP that is catering towards kids. So pretty much anyone that searches for like
the YouTube downloader that doesn't use YouTube/Google API, it's free. Oh, I use NoTube.
Pokemon cards, Pokemon Showdown, really anything even adjacent to that, or like Nintendo games, like any gamers that play Nintendo games, all of those will be like a strike against them that could end with their account being deemed like under.
I watch so much Mario Maker content.
18 or something. It's going to be absolute chaos, I imagine.
This
technology will allow us to infer a user's age and then use that signal regardless of the birthday in the account to deliver our age-appropriate product experiences and protections. If the AI estimation is incorrect, YouTube says it will allow a user to verify their age with a credit card, a government ID, or a...
You've been playing Pokemon ever since it came out on Game Boy? Me too. Me too. I loved Pokemon growing up. I still have my blue cartridge somewhere. It's in my desk. Right here. I got it right here. That's my Pokemon Blue cartridge. It probably doesn't work.
A selfie.
I hope YouTube shoots itself in the foot so bad that real alternatives start springing up. I mean, you can probably make one. Kids don't even know what a Game Boy is. Yeah, I know.
Wow, what saints. You get the privilege of providing your identification or your biometric data to YouTube in order to prove that you are actually over 18. Surely that's going to be like really secure and it's not going to be used for any kind of like tracking or anything like that. Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, surely not. Surely they're not going to track or do anything or like, you know, spy
fucking
on you.
tinfoil condom conspiracy theorist. There's nothing wrong with forking over all of your identification and your credit card information to corporations or the government directly, so that way they can actively monitor you and censor you and basically control what you have access to. What's the big deal? It's so absurd, man. I cannot believe how quickly this is getting out of control. Like I told you, it was not exclusive to just the UK. It is already touched down here, and it hasn't even been a week. It hasn't even been a week. That snowball has already become a full fucking shitstorm avalanche.
That's lovely.
It is.
You also have a red cartridge and a silver and platinum. I have no idea where the rest of my Game Boy games are. My Pokemon games. I think I have up to Crystal, and that was it.
Terrible. It's scary. It's very scary. This article also mentions something else. The rollout of the new feature
was Crystal.
Comes one day after Australia's government announced it would ban children under 16 from using YouTube, and less than a week after UK implemented the sweeping age checks on content on social media networks. YouTube was promised an exemption from Australia's social media ban last year by the then communications minister, but the Australian government said on Monday that the platform would in fact be included in the country's ban on children under 16 using social networks. The ban is slated to take effect in December. Google, YouTube's parent company, strenuously advocated against the Australian ban and has threatened to sue to overturn it. That subject they mentioned there about the Australian government banning kids from making social media accounts is a topic that I briefly touched on like a year ago. But in a nutshell, this is something I've said a lot. The entire landscape of social media has changed so much over the last like decade, like drastically, where I do think it is downright dangerous and detrimental.
Google suing itself? No, Google's suing the Australian government. YouTube was promised an exemption from Australia's social media ban last year, but by the then communications minister, but the Australian government said on Monday that the platform would in fact be included in the country's ban on children under 16 social networks. The ban is slated to take effect in December. Google, YouTube's parent company, strenuously advocated against the Australian ban and has threatened to sue to overturn it.
That subject they mentioned there about the Australian government banning kids from making social media accounts is a topic that I briefly touched on like a year ago. But in a nutshell, this is something I've said a lot. The entire landscape of social media has changed so much over the last like decade, like drastically, where I do think it is downright dangerous and detrimental for kids to just have unlimited access to things like Twitter, for example. So, like, I do think that it's not exactly
going worldwide by the end of the year. We don't know what's happening with the rest of the world yet.
A good thing to just have kids making so.
We don't know if this is going to happen in Japan. I mean, we can't really say anything. North Korea just fucking bans everything. But like, we don't know what Russia does, probably has their own shit that they're doing. We don't know what other countries are doing. We don't know what India's doing. We have no idea. There's some countries that don't even have internet.
Social media accounts and just fucking rotting away on them. I do think that that is harmful, but there is no way of actually stopping that in a way that doesn't step on everyone's freedoms. And at the time, it just didn't even really dawn on me because the way it was being spoken about was just like, oh, don't worry, the methods we're coming up with are, you know, we're making sure privacy is still top of mind. We don't want to encroach on that. We're just trying to think of ways to, you know, help kids not get like sucked into social media degeneracy and all of that. And it, like when you hear that, you're like, oh, okay, I guess that like makes sense. But when you really stop to think about it and you stop and like really fucking smell it, it's very clear that there's no way of doing that without just stripping freedoms from everybody else. Like, how the fuck are you possibly going to stop that from happening? And it also shouldn't be the government's responsibility nor the platform's responsibility to ensure that kids aren't making those accounts. It is the parents. Like, no matter how you spin it, it should always come back to the parents. And what YouTube did initially, and what I thought was the right direction, was having a separate platform specifically for that age group, YouTube Kids. So that way, that group, those kids, would not be going to main YouTube. They would be on that platform, which is safe for them. And the parents' responsibility would be ensuring that they are on YouTube Kids, not main YouTube. But now what's happening is every company is now putting in these age verification checks, which require ID or biometric data, which, as we're seeing unfold in real time rapidly, leads to just basically control and mass surveillance. That's the entire underlying motive behind all of it.
Mirror.
It's not about protecting kids. It's not about making sure kids aren't getting access to like dangerous social media, content or anything like that. It is all about getting more of your information so they can monitor you more.
This is literally Black Mirror episode. We're living a Black Mirror episode right now. It's insane. It's insane that we're living in a Black Mirror episode. I will never understand it. What in the actual hell is going on? What is happening? I don't understand. I don't get it.
Effectively. It's not a conspiracy. It is just right in your face censorship, control, and mass surveillance. And
even though my kid watched something that are gray for me, I concede that it could be so much worse. So with the right amount of communication, it's not so bad. I honestly, like, I've seen it where like people my age have kids and they're basically like using the iPad to babysit their kid, keep their kid quiet, to keep their kid, entertained and not like terrorizing stuff. I've literally witnessed it. Like, being a full-time tattoo artist, you know how many parents brought their kids because they couldn't find a babysitter and they gave their kid a tablet and their kid just sat there and stared at that tablet while I tattooed their parent? You know how many times I saw that? Easily over like 20,000 times. Easily. And that's being nice. That's being nice with the number.
YouTube now taking this step is extremely concerning. And
so, like, what's going to happen with streaming platforms? That means this doesn't just affect YouTube. This affects Twitch. This affects Green Team. This affects all of it. This affects the entire internet. All the streaming platforms. It affects all of them.
Obviously, as everyone's pointing out, it is not going to be 100% accurate. I would be shocked if it's even close to 50% accurate. Break this shit down.
It's about frequency. Well, of course, I don't know what they do at home, right? I don't know if they're engaging with their child. I don't know if they take their child to the park and play with their kid. I don't know if they go play soccer. I don't know if they play baseball. I don't know what happens after the tattoo. So, for all I know, that's the only time I've seen it happen. It's all kinds of dumb. I don't know. I don't think that is so bad, but they can't be doing it all the time. Yeah, like, I know when I watched my cousin's kid that I put a fucking timer on the screen time thing. Because you can make the tablet turn off after so many hours of them being on it. Like, you can put like a 2-hour timer on it, so that way they have to get off of it and do something else.
Down to its bare butt cheeks real quick. If it's going to be like making these guesses off of like the content you're watching or your searches, there is so much wiggle room for error. Because like, let's say you watch an anime, trailer or something. I imagine YouTube would...
There's also literally parental controls and firewalls. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And people don't know how to use the tech.
I put that into like a cartoon bin, which would then be falling under like a under 18 bin, which would be a strike against you. What if you like misspell something in the searches? Like, what if you accidentally make a typo? Does that make them think that you might be a kid as well? Or What about something like autoplay? Like, let's say you put on like a real adult video. You look at fucking day trading tutorials, but it autoplays to something else, which is like making slime or some shit, because YouTube's recommended algorithm is fucking wild.
Yeah,
like,
it's wild. Have you guys ever just let your autoplay on YouTube play when you watch videos? Have you ever done that? I've seen some crazy stuff pop up on the YouTube recommended algorithm when I'm watching certain content.
Easily.
I will be watching travel videos and it'll go to like how to make your own candles or how to do this or how to do that, or completely different content where it wasn't even travel anymore.
Easily.
Or like I'll be watching food eating videos and then it'll just immediately go to something else.
Subscribe to ArtMage_HeroVT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub baby.
Thing people do to get ready for their soon to be borns should be freaking taught how to block websites, set up parental controls on tablets and such. I'm fighting a feline type now. You need to teach your cat to stay off the internet, Link. The internet is no place for kitty cats with innocent minds. You are going to mold that cat's mind to think that birds live in that box, that screen, or the mice only run across the screen and can be papped at. How dare you not have parental controls for that? How dare. All right, that was a funny bit. Yeah, that cat needs to present government ID and or a credit or debit card in the form of a gifted sub to their favorite streamer, Archmage Hero. All right, we have ads coming up, so we're almost done with the news. We got to talk about the rest of the games and all the other shit that's happening too. So we're gonna have an ad break again, and then we'll get right back into it. Right, gamers? So make sure that cat produces some government ID when we get back. Okay, I'm gonna need to see some ID. I'm gonna need paw prints, left and right, front and back. Need to make sure that kitty cat is of age. I need a whisker length measurement. Those whiskers
182nd
need to be
break
adult
starting.
length. We'll be right back.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Aw, it's 8-bit snow in an 8-bit world for an 8-bit girl. Eat the meat. Don't threaten me with a good time. I felt... No! God! Oh my God. I about shit my pants. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo. I'm behind a locked door, but goddamn, be careful. That floor will give out.
It's funny when it happens to someone else.
Yeah, is it? Is it? Is it funny when it happens to someone else?
I'm assuming.
Have you tried it?
Yeah, there's no helicopter.
Ever tried what? Incest? Never.
Oh, holy cow, I'm crying. Oh, that's funny. I think we did. Loading. This is me freaking out. Are they not coming in now? Can't drill you.
I'm excited. I can't wait then. Right, Mr. Fishy? We're so excited. We can't wait. We can't wait. Mr. Fishy. It's exciting. Look happy. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought the fish would be a little more happy about it. I just want to be a window licker. I want to be like my dad.
So this person, Kane. I'm a corporate accountant IRL. You do not misspend $11 million, and you do not mistake charitable/talent earned gains as company funds. This is textbook embezzlement. He should be in cuffs. So we even have someone who does corporate accounting in real life as their job weighing in on the Vtuber situation and literally saying that this is textbook embezzlement. Hi, Dad. I didn't come back with milk. I'll be back later. No?
You got beat to death. Yeah, we both got drugged. But she is mommy. I don't suck very often, but when I do it with confidence.
Is that so?
That is 100%. I don't suck very often, but when I do it with confidence.
Okay.
We have so many iron nuggets. I'm making it.
God, okay. I suck all the time.
Hey, you guys ate your Wheaties. Hey, you guys gotta eat your Wheaties. Be strong. Strong beans. Oh god, it fucking poisoned me right off the bat. Hate it here. Explode! Jesus. Boom. Long pause. Clip that.
I think I know why Hero wants that clipped.
Clip that.
I'm not clipping it myself, so if you want it,
Clip it. Someone clip that. I'm fucking begging you right now.
I'm not clipping it. Oh no, no, it's.
That's what I'm gonna start calling.
182nd at break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
All my subscribers are now known as Princess Commanders. Whoa.
Wait. No try.
Time can't be trapped. But I did it. I summoned them. Omega. The great controller of time. To save my world. Instead, they destroyed. Stars fell. Oceans froze mid-wave. And as I left alone, now they sleep inside a box I forged from stillness itself. the time always finds a way out. Oh my gosh, did you guys hear that? Shadow, go into your book and listen to that. We got the Banshee scream on the sound recorder. Let's go. Hi, Dad. I didn't come back with milk. I'll be back later. No?
But she is mommy. No, she's mommy. She's definitely mommy, guys. I have another question. Hey, yeah, nice cop. I mean.
I want to comment on this and be like, I'm a bisexual white male. Are you saying I don't matter? And if they say yes, I'm just going to be like, cool. All right, we're back.
Just be flagged as an under 18 account, and then, well, if you want to keep using your account and have access to all the content and features that you've been used to, gonna need to fork over that ID or at least show us your face. Give us some of that sweet, sweet biometric data currency, please. And I hope you'll say no.
We are back.
That is not something you should ever be comfortable with giving.
I'm not comfortable with giving any corporation that.
Any company. It is a big problem. And there needs to be something done about this. It is truly out of control now. And it's here coming to YouTube. So,
lovely.
Yep. Just another concerning act of censorship and surveillance here. And it's not just overseas anymore.
Gross.
That's really about it. See ya.
Keep that shit over there. So my wife and I had a little chat about this, and I don't think there's a petition you can actively sign to stop this right now. And her thought was that maybe they're going to wait to push it through until after the next presidential election. If they win the president, if the Democrats win the presidential election, then they'll be able to push it through. Which I think is a valid point. It could end up being that way. They could wait until the next presidential election to see if they win the presidential election and then push everything that they want through. And that's fucking terrifying. That's terrifying. Because we're already dealing with this crappy censorship over our games. 20,000 games were removed from Steam, guys.
What's up, guys? Up here. So I don't know about you.
Yeah. 20,000 games were removed from Steam over the Visa MasterCard censorship.
But it feels like we're entering a new era of censorship.
YouTube, figure it the fuck out. What's your problem? Fix it. Now. 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 Fix it now. YouTube?
Censorship.
I swear. Okay.
Whether it's the new age verification system that has gone into effect in the UK, or the looming ban on VPNs that also is existing in the UK, or the fact that similar bills are being introduced to the United States, or the fact that thousands of games have been banned across multiple platforms, it really feels like censorship is rampant.
Steam and itch.io had a ton of games. Horse Girls are still on stream and it's free. They made the Uma Musume Girl game free. I figured that was going to be like a $40 game.
Up at an alarming rate. Now, when anyone says, woke is dead or censorship is dead, they're not seeing the full picture. This stuff is still
It's a free game.
alive
That's crazy.
as ever. Censorship is being pushed.
I guess it is a gacha game, so that makes sense.
Extremely hard right now, and you can see there's pushback. Visa and MasterCard are getting overwhelmed by gamer fury over censorship, and that
it should be. They should be getting pushback.
That happens after.
Bro, if my money is on your card and you won't let me use my money for what I want, fuck you, I won't use your service anymore.
Thousands of games have been banned thanks to the efforts of small groups that are targeting these payment processors and making them put pressure on these platforms to ban certain games. And it's working, and that is the part that is really scary. It's not just the 18 plus hentai games or stuff like that. It's also horror games. That's the new development we're looking at today. And on top of that, there's way more to look at when it comes to Collective Shout, the main group that is initiating all of this. They're even going as far as to start making these vague threats against content creators who dare to call out their lies and BS. Now, it's not all doom and gloom today. Here's a good piece of news before we get into today's topic. So, as many of you are already aware, I have a summer drop